Good evening, everyone. I think we need to turn that off. Today is Thursday, March. I just can't get this right. I know. Good evening. Today is Thursday, March, not May, not March, excuse me. May 25th, 2023, and we're here at the Transportation Commission meeting. This is a hybrid meeting, which means we are joined in person, but we do have people joined virtually. My name is Bridget Obikoya, and I am the Transportation Commission Staff Liaison, and this meeting is being recorded, so please turn off your mics if you are not speaking. Before we start with the agenda items, are there any items or issues or comments from citizens on items not on the agenda? Hearing none, I will turn the meeting over to Chairman Slott.
Thank you, Ms. Obikoya. I have nothing in particular. I think we can go ahead and get this started.
All right, so the first agenda item is Arlington Career Center, and we will start with APS and Olivia Sontag.
Hi, Bridget. It's Steve Stricker will present for APS.
Steve Stricker. Okay. Please.
Olivia is county staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stricker, please take it away.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and share my screen. And while I'm doing that, quick introductions on our team. So Steve Stricker, Senior Project Manager with Arlington Public Schools. I'm joined by two of our design consultants, Rob Schiesel with Garove Slade, our transportation consultant, and Matt Cordian from Bowman, our civil engineer. So the three of us will be tag teaming on the presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and start with some introductory information, a little bit of project overview. This is showing the school board's charge for the project. This was approved by the board at schematic design with the requirements you see for capacity, the instructional programs included in the facility, total project budget, the site facilities associated with the project, building size, and schedule. Next slide is a summary of community engagement to date with the joint BLPC, PFRC meetings listed there, some other community engagement meetings, and also the commission meetings to date. This slide also shows the board approvals, and you can see we're targeting use permit approval, of course, in June via the county board. Also shows the proposed construction, which is a late 2023 start and a completion for the new ACC facility late 2025, completion of the project summer of 2027. Real quick overview of the campus as it for the proposed site plan. So we have the existing ACC building, which will remain. The new ACC facility along the frontage of South Walter Reed. The existing MPSA building, Montessori Public School of Arlington, which will remain. Where the current parking lot is now will be an artificial turf field. And of course, we have a revised bus loop for the Montessori program because the new ACC building actually cuts off their bus loop as it currently runs out to South Walter Reed. Finally, we have a 4-story parking garage slated for the corner of the site along Highland and 9th Street. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob Sheasel to talk about parking and site circulation.
Thanks, Steve. I'm going to do a quick overview of the parking and our recommendations and some of the site circulation details. The current campus currently has Montessori Public School of Arlington, the existing Career Center, the Fenwick Building, and some temporary classrooms. That is served by a surface parking lot with 150 spaces on it right now, and various curbside uses surrounding the campus. The proposed parking plan increases that number of on-seat spaces, next slide, to 360, up to 360 in the garage. The amount of curbside spaces remains about the same, with the difference, some of the differences coming between a shift of where we want the pickup drop-off activity for arrival and dismissal to be adjusted based on where the doors of the buildings are going to go. I would note that the approach to ADA parking here is kind of a two-pronged approach. The parking garage, of course, will have a reservoir of ADA parking, but also in conjunction with county staff, we've been looking at some more convenient ADA parking, public ADA parking, not dedicated, at several spaces along Walter Reed and 7th Street. I also want to discuss a little bit the ultimate plan on the next slide. Kind of shows when we developed our parking recommendations, we had this context in mind that the MPSA building could come down with that parcel being redeveloped into something to be determined in the future, and the moving to where the existing Career Center building is in a new facility. The reason we look at that is we know that the school board's approved amount of population on the campus allows for a larger MPSA program there. So we wanted to make sure that our recommendations included those. And then curbside uses would adjust similarly to when the Career Center building moved. So going briefly into how we developed our parking demand assumptions, this slide kind of quickly summarizes how we put together some of the assumptions that went into the parking model we did. We took a lot of parking data. The project's been around long enough. We actually have data from 2 different years, most recently from 2021. And we took all the various uses on campus and calibrated our model to that, estimating the amount of people parking on the site, on street off the site, and off street off the site. Once we had that model calibrated, we did 2 future model runs, both based on the population of the ultimate conditions shown here with the Career Center students and the larger Montessori program, and then the removal of ACSS in the library. That was the ultimate conditions that were assumed, and then 2 different future models were run with what we call the base TDM and enhanced TDM. The base TDM reflecting the survey and mode split results from the latest APS Go surveys, with enhanced TDM matching more targets that we would like to see in the future. The next slide summarizes quickly what our future parking demand model results were, showing the total amount of parking demand based on the type of user in the model. So these results, combined with a couple other factors, such as a policy decision not to provide dedicated parking for high school students that drive, the inclusion of some storage for the auto program, and a little bit of desire for flexibility, led us to come up with our recommendation that the garage have at least 345 spaces. So there's a couple different numbers thrown around, so I just want to make sure we're all clarified. Our recommendation to APS was the garage be 345 spaces or more. We think the zoning minimum should be set, or the use permit minimum should be set to a number lower in case, for example, there's some better mode splits in the future, and so parking could be reused without having to get a new use permit. And when the parking garage was eventually designed, it has a capacity for up to 360 spaces. So that's why you see a couple numbers all around that 320 to 360 number range. It's a little bit the supply recommendation or the demand projections aren't exactly matching the supply as it's designed, or what we think the use permit minimum spaces on site should be. A little bit of information on on-street parking. Like I said, we took a lot of data about the on-street parking. The study area of public parking had close to 900 spaces in it. At the peak time in the afternoon, the spaces surrounding the Career Center get pretty full, as would be expected. This the exception being the metered spots at 9th Street. I think an important thing to point out here is over 500 spaces in the study area are unrestricted spaces, and over half of those were available at the peak times when parking demand was highest in the neighborhood. So that gives a little bit of context to our recommendation about not building parking garage spaces dedicated for high school students when the peak demand, our parking model said, was around 70 for those students, and we're finding multiple hundreds of unrestricted spaces in nearby. Shifting to the internal streets and a little bit on the site circulation. One of the features we really like about this project are the internal streets. They're designed to be flexible, curbless environments that really allow a lot of flexibility for the school and its vehicles to use it as it's needed, arrival and dismissal, but then also serve other needs throughout the day and not just be, curved asphalt streets. What we're showing here is potential places for buses to load and unload students. This is really the worst of the worst case scenario because it's kind of showing where all the spaces might be needed for if both schools had their dismissal at the same time, which wouldn't be the case. Other things to point out, some of the pedestrian paths on the west side of the existing Career Center building, there is a path from the garage that leads to the internal campus circulation. And there's also a secondary entrance point to the new Career Center off of 7th Street. So the next slide shows a little bit of details on the shared space. We realized that a completely undefined shared space system would not be the most appropriate for a school with various populations of ages and types. So there are some traditional street elements included, truncated domes, crosswalks, things that give structure at key locations internally. The bike parking for the new Career Center building is kind of distributed along the new buildings and fields on campus with Class 2 spaces pretty much located at all doors and entry points to the new Career Center. We would point out that several locations of the Class 2 spaces are covered. Those are shown in the blue dots here. The overall number of bike parking spaces is 170 are provided among these, not counting the existing parking at the current MPSA building. We have a couple renderings showing, this is the main entry, where with kind of buses during dismissal and non-dismissal times. The next rendering kind of shows the main, a shared street crossing next to the field and what it could look like when there's buses on it or when there's not. And then with that, I'll pass it to Matt, who can discuss some of the streetscape improvements.
Sure. Thanks, Rob. Here we have the entire campus we're looking at. A little bit of a technical drawing, but we're, I would say, well coordinated with staff on this project, and feel pretty good about a lot of good collaboration on this project so far. But for a small section of Highland in front of the existing MPSA building, all of the streetscapes for this campus are going to be improved with this project, and that's our real focus. The couple things before we flip the slide, there's an active, ongoing project for the complete streets along South Walter Reed. We've had extensive coordination with that project team. We are including utility locations, so we're well coordinated there. And then on 9th Street, kind of a similar story. The complete streets project overlap with about half of 9th Street for our campus, and the remaining portion, there's been a lot of good discussion about how to allocate the available space. And it's actually still ongoing in terms of we've settled on a dimension, but not a final configuration, and that was that's ongoing discussion, but very good collaboration. On the next few slides here, we'll have a few critical points, yes, of cross sections, and really what we're focused on here are the streetscapes.
And so this is one of the critical points along South Walter Reed Drive at the new school. And we also had some good coordination with the fire marshal's office. And this 30-foot dimension here, we see at the kind of the bottom, is a critical dimension for emergency vehicle access to the new facility. And between, in this particular section, a critical area, there's a parked car potentially. We need to be able to access the building for that 30-foot dimension here. And on one of the next slides, we'll see a bus stop. So we've well coordinated those dimensions and have a pretty typical allocation of the residual streetscape, the maybe sawtooth, maybe there's a better term of art, but the configuration of the building along Walter Reed has a lot of good interest, and this 14-foot dimension is at a pinch point, and otherwise it's wider with, we have programmed and typical street trees along the entire frontage. So Walter Reed's in, I believe, pretty good shape. Again, this is another 30-foot dimension critical section there. This section is for 7th Street. Again, we're focused on the streetscape, and on this particular section, our site is on the left-hand side of this section, and where today the curb line for 7th Street, you may know, has a 4-foot existing concrete sidewalk and a fence immediately behind it. So a pretty tight configuration for pedestrians. We've coordinated, we're going to provide a 5-foot buffer grass strip and a 6-foot sidewalk. And in this particular section, the building doesn't even show up. It's in excess of 30 feet or more beyond the curb. So pretty good improvement there, pedestrian-wise, streetscape-wise for 7th. Pretty similar situation on Highland. Highland's got a narrower sidewalk and a small 2-foot grass strip buffer. This project increases that buffer, provides a wider 6-foot wide sidewalk, very similar to what we just looked at on 7th Street. This is at a critical point at the parking garage there. So that's what we're looking at for Highland. And in this presentation, we do have 2 alternatives we have been studying with staff for the allocation of the road width for 9th. And we've had, I would say, such great collaboration so far. We've settled on a dimension, which is going to be the 45 feet. That allows us to set a curb line, program our streetscape, and then continue to decide how best to allocate the available space, whether to protected bike lanes and or parking, kind of tied into what Rob was just presenting on in terms of on-street parking. So really the internal part of 9th is we have a lot of flexibility for how that might get allocated, and we'll sort that out with Arlington County moving forward. To focus on the streetscape for a second, we have I'm sorry, maybe back 1 second. Got a very generous streetscape there to, let's say, protect that garage. It's 6-foot wide sidewalk, large planting buffer behind it, and you see the trees against the parking garage for some screening there. So, and I think our last slide here tied to streetscapes, focused on 7th, and again with some known future construction for the MPSA existing building, its demolition and repurposing of that space into something else. We don't want to invest in permanent infrastructure for the streetscapes for 7th and Highland just immediately in front of that building. Everywhere else we're providing streetscapes we just talked about. But we also realize that this stretch along 7th Street in front of the MPSA building, and referred to on this slide as the Patrick Henry building, so same building, is burdened by some existing utility poles. So there's been some good coordination with DES to add some, remove and replace with a wider sidewalk up to 6 feet to ease that concern in the interim, and then at some point in the future, when the MPSA building is removed and reprogrammed, then a streetscape will be provided as appropriate at that time. So I think yeah, that's the streetscapes. So, Steve, are you going to talk about TDM?
I'm going to turn that over to Rob, but thanks for that, Matt.
I'll jump in. There's really just a really quick overview about TDM. As like all APS schools, the TDM plan is really based on guidelines that were assembled in the APS Go Master Plan, which outlines all the TDM there for the schools in the county. The MMPA has a section on the TDM where it looks at the tools that are in the toolbox in the APS Go program and kind of suggests which of those the Career Center building and campus could really focus on. And these will be the building blocks that form the school's TDM plan.
Thanks, Rob and Matt. So I'm going to go through the phasing plans for the project fairly quickly, talk about phasing and schedule. Existing conditions, you guys are familiar with the site. I do want to point out here, currently there are 150 surface spaces on site, and that's exclusive of the modular classrooms that are currently on site. We actually provide 250 spots total for staff, 150 on site, as I pointed out here, and we also lease another 100 spaces at the ECDC garage that's across 9th Street. Our intent throughout the construction is to maintain those 250 spots. There's going to be a little bit of give and take on what is leased from ECDC and what is actually available on site. There are times when the site parking may go down to approximately 100 spaces, and we would lease an additional 50 from ECDC to make that up. That parking, of course, is to accommodate staff. So the construction of the new ACC building we're calling that phase 2. There's a couple of interim phases prior to being able to start that construction. And those are happening this summer with the relocation of the MPSA play areas, which will be placed closer to and around the perimeter of the building, and also the demolition of the existing Fenwick building that houses Arlington Community High School. Both of those are being done, of course, to clear out the eventual footprint of the new building, which is, as I said, the phase 2 portion. And you can see in this phase that because of the limits of construction, there's a couple things that are happening. One, the parking on site is getting smaller. And again, the balance of that will be provided at ECDC. You can also see that the bus loop for Montessori is reconfigured due to the fact that now we're cutting off their existing access to South Walter Reed. So we create a bus loop that comes in and out of Highland for Montessori. The Career Center bus loop maintains from in on Highland to out on South Walter Reed. A couple of elements I want to point out during this phase. One, there's a large storm pipe that comes down Highland, continues down 9th, and actually currently crosses our site. So that's got to be relocated into the public right away. So there's some disruption on both Highland and 9th during that activity. We hope to do that work in summer of 2025. In addition, during the time when we are constructing the new ACC building, we've been discussing that APS take over the management of the Complete Streets project between 9th and 7th. So there will be streetscape work occurring during this period of time too. And I should also note that the schedule for phase 2 is, I know I mentioned before December 2023, but essentially December 23, January 24, somewhere in that time frame to start the project, with completion in January of 2026. So it's a two-year construction project for phase 2. Construction of the new ACC allows us to move staff and students over from the existing ACC in order to vacate that building. That allows us to perform selective demolition on the south side of the building, removing the existing shops, so that we are then able to construct the new 4-story, 360 space parking garage on the corner of Highland and 9th Street. You can see during this phase, once we move into the new ACC, the relocatables are gone. So this actually increases the on-site parking during this phase. And I should also mention, Matt mentioned, and Rob as well, about the streetscape improvements that we'll be doing around the perimeter of the site. Each of those streetscape improvements will occur adjacent to the existing phase. So when new ACC is being built, we'll do the streetscape improvements along South Walter Reed and coming up 7th. Similarly, when we are constructing the garage, we'll be doing streetscape improvements along 9th and Highland. Phase 4 occurs once the new 4-story parking garage is able to be occupied. At that point, there's no longer a need for parking on site. That allows us to turn that previous surface parking lot into an artificial turf field. And at the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned summer of 2027 for completion, and you can see that date reflected there. So that goes to the proposed final overall condition that we started with. I do have a couple of quick, actually, I wanted to talk about this too, the future, and Rob touched on this with the plans for the future MPSA. So during schematic design approval by the school board, they also included a motion essentially to commit to refreshing the existing ACC building, which would be vacated, for purposes of moving the MPSA program over there. And at that point, demolishing the existing MPSA building to turn that into green space or fields. That project is not part of our project. That would be a future capital project. But we have done some exploratory work to see how MPSA could actually fit into a renovated ACC building. So as I said, that would be a future project. The school board would have to vote on that and fund it. It's intended that be addressed in the next 10-year CIP, which is to be passed in the summer of 2024. Beyond that, just a couple of quick renderings to give a little bit more context to the site. South Walter Reed at the bottom of the page here, the bus loop going through the site here, and the new building, of course, there. We've also got some views of the parking garage. This is looking to the west on 9th Street. And this is standing at Highland looking back to the east, looking at the parking garage, and you can see the existing ECDC garage in this location. So that's the extent of our presentation.
Thank you. Do we now have a presentation from county staff or no?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Slatt. I'm going to share my screen here. Let's make sure technology is working. Good evening. This is Robert Gibson from Arlington County DES. We are really bringing this forward, this Career Center project forward after a very long public process. And I'm looking forward to present a little bit of extra information from what APS has already presented. You may be familiar with this, but this is the existing Career Center site. It's about 1 block north of Columbia Pike, and the campus houses both the Career Center building, which is shown on the left-hand side of the page, and the Patrick Henry building, which is the home to the Arlington County Montessori program, which is on the right-hand side. In between those two is a large surface parking lot that is currently partially occupied by additional school trailers. And then mid-block on the bottom of the site is the Fenwick building, which is slated to be removed, and that program moved off the campus. So some important facts about the site. The existing Career Center site is approved with use permit for approximately 819 students. The Patrick Henry building and NPSA program are approved for approximately 488 students of educational capacity. As Steve has mentioned, there are approximately 150 spaces on the surface parking lot. Additionally, the Columbia Pike Branch Library is located within the Career Center building. Overall, the site is a 12.7 acre site, so one of our larger sites that we see. It's zoned S3A. And it is identified in the general land use plan, the GLUP, as public. And then this parcel shows up in the form-based code, Columbia Pike form-based code plan for the bottom 2/3 of the site within the commercial form-based code. Some statistics about the project that is proposed in association with the use permit. Building A is the new Career Center building that is proposed along South Walter Reed Drive. It is proposed to have a design capacity and student capacity of 1,619 students. It will be supported by a 5-tier above grade garage located with its access off of South 9th Street. We are recommending the use permit approve a minimum of 345 spaces in that garage, and APS has demonstrated that it could have a capacity of up to 360 spaces. But as EV charging evolves and other uses, potentially additional ADA spaces, get considered, we think it's appropriate to allow future repurposing and reallocation of spaces without additional county board action. And that's why we're recommending the 345 number. The 345 is represents a modification from the minimum required parking for the campus at 576 spaces. We recommend the modification as APS has demonstrated that based on their estimates and detailed study of school parking demand, the 345 spaces could meet that capacity. Additionally, the existing Career Center building, a portion will be demolished to support the construction of the proposed garage. And at the completion of with the approval of the use permit and at the completion of the new Career Center building, the student capacity in the existing Career Center will be 0 students until a future county board action occurs amending that and permitting the transfer potentially of the MPSA program into that building. And that would occur presumably with a full public review, including the PFRC and BLPC, consistent with our approach for reviewing public facilities. As I mentioned earlier, the Fenwick building is proposed to be demolished. The project proposes a central curbless plaza to support bus operations and student activities. This represents, along with the synthetic turf, a radical transformation of the interior of the campus, shifting the interior of the campus focus away from vehicles and towards student activities. The synthetic turf field in E is not a non-standard size field, but will provide outdoor activities space for the Career Center and the public at large. The Patrick Henry program would continue to have 488 students of design capacity. And in addition, APS is executing a number of site improvements to support the ongoing activities at the Patrick Henry building and the MPSA program that will get delivered this summer, so that those improvements are in place prior to the construction of the new Career Center project. Steve talked about all of the sidewalk improvements that are occurring. This diagram outlines the specific limits of those projects. APS will be improving about 83% of the sidewalks that front the property. The blue area here represents a sidewalk project that, based on community input, DES has identified as a key improvement to support the facility in the long run, and until future improvements removing the MPSA occur. This widens an existing sidewalk of 4 feet to 6 feet. The existing 4-foot sidewalk has a number of utility poles in it, which pinch the sidewalk down to as little as 30 inches of clear space. And with that in mind, we think it's appropriate to make this improvement sooner than later, and DES will make the sidewalk widening efforts occur this summer when APS has completed their site improvements for the MPSA project. And then the remaining locations we recommend get addressed with the removal of the MPSA project. Along South Island Street, there are existing street trees at the back of sidewalk in some locations, and that we don't recommend get removed at this time. In addition, there is a 2.5-foot planting strip along South Highland Street that ensures that the utility poles are out of the clear sidewalk. Steve and the team have talked about the sidewalk improvements and streetscapes along the project's frontage. I'm going to focus on two specific things really quickly to talk about. These represent the most significant transportation improvements around the site, and they will be delivered by both Arlington County and APS as part of the project. Specifically, the South Walter Reed Complete Streets project that the county has undertaken and has gone through a number of rounds of public review on so far. At this point, we're at the 90% design phase, and Arlington's efforts will really refocus South Walter Reed Drive in a multi-manner transportation focused street. It will have improvements for new floating bus islands, new protected buffered bike lanes, additional green space, shorter pedestrian crossings at the intersections, and all of this will have a significant impact on safety for all users, with the likely results of reducing speeds along South Walter Reed Drive and this frontage. The other area that I'd like to discuss is the South Highland Street improvements, and I'm sorry, the 9th Street South improvements, where during the process we heard a lot of discussion about how this project could address the bike boulevard that 9th Street is used as a parallel bikeway for Columbia Pike, and the concerns that this bike boulevard would be, significantly impacted by the new garage having its garage access off of 9th, and how could the existing shared on-street bike lanes be improved. working with APS and looking at opportunities associated with the way the garage is sited, we identified that it was appropriate to widen the frontage of widen South 9th Street so that it could be 45 feet in width. And I'll have a more detailed discussion coming up about what the options for that increased width could be. But generally, APS is proposing widening the sidewalks on all of the neighborhood frontage streets to a minimum of 6 feet, and along South Highland and 7th Street, where the project is making improvements, adding a 5-foot planting strip that utility poles can be located in, and then adding additional street trees and canopy trees at the rear of the sidewalk. Some points about the site circulation, I think, and specifically the pickup and drop off, the PUDO for the multiple programs that are going to occur. Rob discussed this, I think, very quickly, but with the programs opening up at the new Career Center building, the pickup and drop off for students arriving by family vehicles is planned to occur along South Walter Reed Drive on the building's frontage. That will result in the on-street spaces there being scheduled so that there's no on-street parking during morning arrival and departure. Along South Highland Street, the pickup and drop off for the Montessori program will continue along the Montessori building, or the Patrick Henry building's frontage. And then there's a variety of time restricted and unrestricted parking around the campus on the site's side of the street and on the adjacent streets across from the project. And specifically around the site, there are 170 on-street parking spaces that could be utilized with for the school and the general public use, and that's in part why staff believes that the 345 spaces in the proposed garage represent a good balance between utilizing parking on site and using existing on-street resources to support the programs. Steve's talked about the project phasing, the 4 phases that will include the demolition of the Fenwick building and the construction and preparing some additional outdoor space for APS in phase 1 this summer. Then work will start on the construction of APS, the new ACC building on South Walter Reed, starting the end of 2023, beginning of 2024, and extending through December 2025. This work will principally occur from South Walter Reed Drive in order to maintain the ongoing programs on the site and disrupt the interior of the site as little as possible. Then once the school is built, the garage is proposed to be built on the corner of 9th and South Highland Street. That's roughly a 1-year construction period in 2026 through 2027. Once the garage comes online, the existing surface parking lot can be taken offline and repurposed as the proposed turf field. I mentioned the county's Complete Streets project briefly. We are in the 90% design phase, and these diagrams show the proposed alignment of the lanes, where additional on-street parking and on-street parking is proposed, where new crossings are proposed, bus islands, additional stormwater planters and stormwater management facilities are proposed along this stretch and associated with the project. In combination with APS's work, these two projects should radically transform South Walter Reed Drive, putting a real multimodal focus on the roadway, and the roadway will provide an all ages, all users protected bike facility to support the educational activities that are going to occur at this campus, and to support cyclists within the community more broadly. As we think about supporting all ages and all abilities of cyclists, we turn to the the 9th Street South potentials. Within the 45-foot section that's proposed, there are roughly 3 options that we feel can be delivered in that width. It's relatively easy to change these over time, and by establishing the 45-foot curb to curb, the space could be used to provide parking on both sides of the street and on-street bike lanes in either direction with narrower 10.5-foot travel lanes. The space could also be allocated to provide protected bike lanes on each side of the street, and along with parking on the north side of the street. The parking on the existing parking on the south side of the street would need to be removed to support the protected bike lanes option. A third option is kind of a hybrid option of the two. It keeps the on-street and maximizes the on-street parking, providing it on both sides of the street. It provides a westbound bike lane along the campus edge that is protected and buffered with parked cars and a buffer area. And then the eastbound cyclists would be supported through a on-street bike lane. This is an area that we hope that the commission can provide some feedback and thought as we look at balancing both the community goals of improving bicycle access and safety in this area, while also considering impacts to on-street parking. I mentioned that this has gone through a very extensive public process. We've gone through 3 phases of public engagement on this: a schematic design phase, a conceptual design phase, and now the use permit phase. Specifically, the use permit has been under review since January 10th. February 10th. And we have had a number of public meetings, including our last PFRC meeting on May 17th, and we're here today on the 25th for the Transportation Commission. It would go to the Planning Commission next week and the County Board for hearing at their June 10th or June 13th meeting. With all this in mind, staff recommends that the Transportation Commission recommend to the County Board approval of the proposed use permit, and with the associated modifications for height, setback, parking reductions, and subject to the conditions that are presented in the staff report. If you don't mind, I can present the associated vacation with this in order to keep everything all in one set, or what would you like to do, Commissioner Slatt?
Please go ahead and present the vacation.
Absolutely. As part of the project, there is a proposed vacation of what once was Smith Avenue and is now 8th Street, would now be 8th Street South. This existing right-of-way would go through the middle of the proposed new ACC building and actually goes through the middle of the existing Henry building and has for quite some time. So we recommend vacation of the existing right-of-way, and as part of the ordinance of vacation, any public utilities in this area would be relocated by APS. I don't believe that there are any, so that is a standard requirement of our vacations, but not necessarily too important for this. Our analysis of this indicates that this segment of 8th Street is not part of the master transportation plan, and therefore the commission could make the determination that the proposed vacation of the portion of 8th Street South is consistent with the MTP, and those are our recommendations for the two items. I open this up to the commission for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Ms. Obukoye, I believe we have some speakers on this item. I think you might have to say that again with your mic on, Ms. Obukoye.
Next, we have Speaker Christy Stewart from Arlington Heights Civic Association. Ms. Stewart, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Christy Stewart. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Arlington Heights Civic Association. I'm co-president of the Civic Association this year. I thank the Transportation Committee or Commission for hearing our comments. I sent a letter, or the Arlington Heights Civic Association has sent a letter dated May 10th, and hopefully you got that. And I just wanted to highlight for this commission a couple of things. So Arlington Heights actually has more public schools, APS schools, than any other neighborhood in Arlington, and we're always been very supportive of APS and all the construction that we've had in our neighborhood in the recent years. We just have, and generally we support the new ACC building, 100% support Montessori moving into the Legacy Career Center building so that the old Patrick Henry building can be torn down. But we do have some ongoing concerns that we feel should be addressed before the use permit is approved. And I feel like these ongoing concerns are not unreasonable, and hopefully that they could be resolved before construction starts. And just to begin, I agree with Mr. Gibson. This has been a very, very long public process. I know I've been working on this since 2017 from the very first Career Center working group. And I think that, you know, for those of us in the neighborhood, getting from the Career Center working group, which pretty much started at the end of 2017 to now, it's been a really long road. But that road has been full of ideas, and I won't say promises, but in the beginning, we were going to build the Jewel of Columbia Pike. And now we're at a place where the entire sidewalk around the parcel is not going to be improved. And I know, you know, I've heard staff say, well, this is interim, this is interim. And I think that's where we mostly disagree, because this use permit on the final day, you still have the Patrick Henry building there. You still have a sidewalk and streetscape that has not been improved and improved. And I understand, you know, I thank DES for improving 7th Street, but there's no reason why in phase 1A, DES can't go around the corner, improve and improve the sidewalk in front of the Patrick Henry building, or to the east of the Patrick Henry I'm sorry, to the west of the Patrick Henry building. I also sent in some pictures from today that I took, and you can see that the sidewalk is not in great shape. I'm going to quibble a little bit about saying it's 4 feet because it's not actually 4 feet. And again, you know, when the ACC building opens in, let's say, January 2026, on that day, you're going to have about 3,000 people on campus. You're going to have the kids parking in the neighborhood to go to their career center classes. They're going to need sidewalks to walk on. And we shouldn't have to wait until way after 2028 or who knows how long in order to get streetscape and sidewalk improvements. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's commensurate with how other neighborhoods have been treated.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thanks.
Next, we have Terry Armeo from Penrose Civic Association.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm speaking tonight because our president was unable to be here. But Penrose did sign on to the Pike President's Group letter that was sent. Also, Arlington Heights Civic Association and Penrose. I'm going to address the issues that we have had from day one, and they're the same issues 5-6 years later, and it has not been changed. So we are going to object to the issuing of a use permit as requested by APS, and here is some of the issues that are outstanding. Woefully inadequate parking on the site. It is disingenuous for APS staff and county staff to suggest that possibly up to 200 students are going to park in the neighborhoods every day for 8 hours a day. That is not how we do things. This is going to be built from scratch, and you need to plan and build adequate parking. Likewise, the artificial turf in the playgrounds and that is sprinkled throughout the site is a material that cannot be recycled. It is very expensive. It is not really fun for little kids to have to play on that. So we object to that material. We also object to the sheer amount of impervious surfaces sprinkled throughout the design. There's a lot of concrete, a lot. Also, we were pretty much sure it was going to be LEED gold, and now it's LEED silver. You're building, and you should build it correctly to be LEED gold. In particular, also 6-foot fencing when the neighborhoods wanted 4-foot fencing, removing of trees on the perimeter, sidewalks kill trees. I've seen it again and again and again, and it takes 7 to 15 years, but they kill trees. Also, phase 3 future capital project has, in other words, removing the third building is not mentioned on the use permit, and the neighborhoods are being told that that will be a future capital project, and that is not adequate unless somebody wants to sign a legal document and put their name on it. So I think that we are in alignment with the other groups along the Pike, and the design insufficiencies that could be addressed, and we don't have to keep talking about it. Maybe we could just solve it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our two speakers. All right, I believe this is now with the commission. So commissioners, if you have questions, let's start with questions and we'll move into comments after that. Go ahead and throw your hands up, throw your virtual hands up. I know we have at least one commissioner virtually. And we will dig in here. Commissioner Theo, go ahead.
I have many questions, so prioritizing them. So if I have to get cut off, then I can manage, hopefully. So one question, what is the flow of buses from South Walter Reed into the internal streets, the bus access ways? I saw on some of the maps it seemed that buses could be flowing from the internal streets in onto South Walter Reed, or is it just from South Walter Reed onto the internal streets?
Steve Stricker, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, does it help if I reshare my screen here?
That would definitely help. Thank you.
Let me know when you can see that.
Nothing yet.
Here we go.
There we go.
Okay. So if I understood the question correctly, regarding bus circulation, for the existing ACC building, in order to drop off on the correct side, buses would come from South Highland or do come from South Highland and exit out onto South Walter Reed. Similarly, for when the new ACC is built, in order to drop kids off on the right side, buses would come in off of Highland, drop off, exit back onto Highland. When the new Career Center is built, the MPSA bus flow will be the same, will not change, but the bus flow for the Career Center will reverse in order, again, to drop off on the proper side. So buses would then come in on South Walter Reed and exit on Highland.
Okay, so for MPSA, the existing bus route will pretty much remain the same in that they will be entering from South Highland and exiting onto South Walter Reed, correct? For MPSA?
So the current, let me go back to the existing condition. So the existing condition, the current condition is such that there are two separate bus loops, one that, and each of them go from Highland to Walter Reed. Current condition is such that the ACC bus loop basically remains the same, right? Goes from Highland to Walter Reed. The current Montessori bus loop is in on off of Walter Reed and straight through to Highland. Because we cut off this access from South Walter Reed for the Montessori bus loop with our new building, we're having to reconfigure the Montessori bus loop to be this U-shaped bus loop that will come in and off of South Highland.
All right. So the reason I'm asking, so if I understand this, after construction, there will be buses for MPSA that exit onto South Walter Reed Drive. The reason I ask is because those buses exiting onto South Walter Reed Drive, I have some concerns about visibility access or visibility line of sight for those bus drivers. The new ACC building appears to come right up to the sidewalk, and what would be the southeastern corner of that point, right by South Walter Reed Drive, where the buses would be exiting, that does not appear to give a whole lot of line of sight for bus drivers exiting. Am I understanding this correctly? Right now with the Fenwick building, there's a little plaza, and that gives that gives some good line of sight visibility for for drivers exiting, but would not exist in the new construction.
This is Robert Gibson from DES. The proposed ACC building is offset from the bus loop, and where the buses would be coming. It's probably 25 feet or so from the curb to the building face, on that interior portion, and then it's a 14-foot sidewalk that is along South Walter Reed Drive that is at the pinch point there, but also in addition to that sidewalk, there is a parking lane that gets removed, and the parking lane, and then the protected bike lane, and I'm sorry, the protected bike lane, and then the parking lane. And in that area, parking would be pulled back such that those lines of sight could be maintained.
So with buses exiting the internal streets onto South Walter Reed Drive, if they are stopping and I guess for like stop sign or other kind of point that would be back behind where the sidewalks begin, my concern is just that with taking that into account, I can't see how the buses would have good line of sight onto the southbound traffic of South Walter Reed Drive.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I
think that as entering any vehicle entering a roadway, what normally would happen is they would be directed to stop prior to crossing the sidewalk, and then they would proceed through the sidewalk area, through the entrance, and ensure that they can enter the roadway safely.
Okay. I have additional questions, but if anyone else wants to go ahead.
We'll come around. Who else? Commissioner Lane, tell me.
This is about 7th Street. I think, Mr. Gibson, in your presentation, you said that there will now be a grass strip between the curb and the sidewalk that can accommodate utility poles. Is that correct?
There will be two conditions along 7th. And I'm going to share my screen real quick, if you don't mind. So along 7th Street in the area that is highlighted by or bound by the red, that's the area that APS is making improvements. Within that segment, there will be a 5-foot planting strip, the 6-foot wide sidewalk, and new canopy trees at the back of sidewalk. Along the segment that is blue, Arlington County will widen the existing, and we can call it, we're calling it a 4-foot wide sidewalk that goes from the back of curb. We'll widen that from the back of curb to be a 6-foot wide sidewalk from basically this site walkway where APS is stopping their improvements, and we'll widen that to the intersection.
But we're going to have utility poles. Now, when we say utility poles, are we talking about electric poles or street lights or both or something else?
So it's the existing overhead utility poles that create the pinch points. Those will remain in that location until APS well, the poles will remain in that location, but they would be in. We're recommending that when MPSA is removed, that APS, or we're advising, I think is a better term, we're advising that APS continue the streetscape that is approved along the new ACC frontage.
Okay, so that implies that we're not going to be undergrounding those utilities?
Those utilities are not within the county's undergrounding plan and have not been programmed for undergrounding.
Okay, that's sort of disappointing. Highland Street, is there a reason why we're not going around the corner and having DES improve that sidewalk along Highland? Is there not enough room? Are the playgrounds being relocated there that doesn't allow for us to widen the sidewalk, or why can't we just go ahead and widen that sidewalk?
So here are some images of the existing sidewalk. The image on the far right, far left is looking south. And that shows the planting strip and some of the existing utility poles. It certainly shows how the sidewalk, I completely agree with the Civic Association president that these are not brand new sidewalks and have seen maintenance over time. But it does show how those utility poles are outside of the sidewalk. And then as you look at the two images in the middle and on the right, these are looking north. And it really shows how these existing trees are the reason why DES has sort of recommended that at this time, it's probably not advisable to widen the sidewalk to 6 feet, as we would like to keep these in place. In addition, you see the existing limits of the play area, as this play space is critical to APS's activities. We recommend those staying. But basically, with these three pictures, you can see that the one there are two utility poles along the MPSA frontage that that will remain. But along the middle section, there are not any additional utility poles. So I welcome your continued discussion on this issue.
Thank you very much.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Coleman.
All right, thank you. Just one quick question. I just wanted to get some information as to why along the corner of South Highland Street and continue eastward on 7th Street South, why the fencing is 6 feet high instead of the regional standard of 4.
So that fencing was raised as a result of security concerns by parents to school staff. I don't know the timing of exactly when that was done, but that's been in place for some time now. That fencing encompasses the primary play areas. And the plan that we have when we relocate is to maintain that fencing along Highland and to continue that fencing for a short period down 7th, because we're relocating primary play areas at the corner of Highland and 7th. So the idea is to encompass and enclose the entire primary play area with the 6-foot fencing. The secondary play areas, which are to the east of Montessori, will receive typical 4-foot high fencing.
All right, thank you.
I think we're back to Commissioner Theo.
Regarding the streetscaping, especially with the bus stop, the Metro bus stop on South Walter Reed Drive, is there a rendering, or could we go back to some maps of that? I was wondering what potential conflict there would be with that bus stop and the designated pickup drop-off that seemed to be right next to it, because I could easily see parents or others dropping off or picking up people using that bus stop.
So this is Robert Gibson again. To orient everyone, this is 8th Street South. The new bus stops are proposed to be on the north side of that intersection. And you're correct. APS has proposed the pickup and drop off along both the segments north and south of the bus stop. And your concern being that parents would simply stop at the bus stop and drop their kids off there. I think that's why we want to ensure that the pickup and drop off areas are open and accessible to parents. And there's no specific design details that we are recommending to to further prevent dropping off at the bus stop.
All right. And with that bus stop still, is it going to remain in that location during construction, or is it going to be relocated further down South Walter Reed?
During construction, I think that the actual bus stops are already, I think the existing bus stop, if my recollection is correct, is on the south side of 8th Street going northbound. And then it's roughly in this same location going southbound. Those bus stops, particularly along the APS frontage, will be relocated. So the southbound bus stop is planned to be temporarily relocated during construction. And the northbound bus stop would be relocated if and when the construction activities for the new island cause operational impacts.
If we have time, I have one more question. All right, maybe two. So during construction, especially since the construction for the new ACC building is going to go right up to the sidewalk, I imagine that sidewalk is going to be closed. What kind of guarantees do we have for rerouting of pedestrians and cyclists on going southbound on South Walter Reed Drive?
So APS and the county are continue to have a lot of coordination discussions about the construction activities for South Walter Reed, along South Walter Reed. One of the things that we are exploring and hopefully can get addressed is that we actually want to have APS execute some of these complete street improvements so that we don't have two different projects trying to operate in the same exact space. And that will give better coordination of these construction activities and improve what we think will help ensure and improve the pedestrian access and multimodal access through this area. We continue to have detailed discussions with APS about each individual phase and subphase and how all the users can be maintained. You're correct. We do believe that the sidewalk on the APS frontage will need to be closed to maintain safe pedestrian access along that during construction. So we're looking at a number of mitigations for pedestrians on the east side of the street to cross back and forth, including temporary pedestrian signalization mid-block to coordinate with the and that would be south of the project, and then that would coordinate with the pedestrian signalization at 7th as a way to have signalized crossings along Walter Reed to support continued activities. We are establishing priorities for users to within the right of way, and we have identified that pedestrians and cyclists and transit access would be a higher priority than on-street parking throughout the process, so that as we continue to look at this, if it is a question between providing a southbound bike lane and on-street parking, currently our recommendation is that providing the safe continued cycling access is the higher priority than on-street parking.
Okay, that'd be good, because there are many construction sites, projects going around in Arlington right now that I've encountered that did not seem to accommodate for the loss of the sidewalk or bike lane next to it, and it's quite honestly a pain. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen here if at all possible. Another question. So with how would say school buses that are wheelchair accessible dropping off or picking up with the Montessori or with the new ACC handle the wheelchair access? From the renderings, it looked like everything was at grade, so no raised curb within the internal streets, within that plaza area. How would that affect the, like, say, wheelchair drop-off or pickup?
So that's accurate for the areas of new construction. It is a curbless environment meant to be more responsive to universal design. Where that does change a bit is within, and actually let me share my screen again.
We can see it.
Yeah. So where that does change a bit is at the existing Montessori bus loop. Well, the existing portion of the Montessori bus loop that's adjacent to Highland here. So that would remain on the same grade. That would still have the curbs in place. The reason being, and actually the curbless environment on the rest of the site would ramp down to the curbed environment adjacent to Montessori. The reason we're doing that is it doesn't make sense to do that development without knowing that the Montessori building eventually is likely going to go away. So we don't have obviously issues with maintaining that handicap drop off now at existing MPSA. That'll continue as is. The curbless environment for the rest of the campus just makes it easier, and there's no issues with bus drop off for that type of condition.
One last question then. So I note that the existing Capital Bike Share dock that is on the southeast corner of the parcel by the existing ACC building will be remaining. Are there any, not necessarily plans, but at least areas that are designated as potential future locations for more bike share docks within the plaza area, not necessarily on South Walter Reed or Highland?
Currently, no, not internal to the campus, if that's your question.
Right. It would be nice to have potentially. Go ahead.
The bike share station is proposed to move or envisioned to move to that intersection at South 8th Street. So this area right here is envisioned to be the future bike share station.
Okay, so by the bus stop?
By the bus stop, near the crossings, and in association with the protected bike lanes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's talk about parking. Make sure we're all on the same page here, because I heard a bunch of different numbers, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding what each of the numbers were. I heard 360, I heard 345, and I believe I at least read 326. So can we talk about what those three different numbers represent?
Rob Schiesel, can you fill in on that? I'll try to get to the appropriate slide here.
So when we developed our parking demand estimates, our parking model adjusted for not providing parking for students and accommodating the auto storage for the auto program, spit out a number of 345 spaces of demand. That is the number that we recommended APS design the garage to at least accommodate. So that's where that number comes from. 360 is what the design team came back with, what the garage can accommodate. Garages aren't built in integers of spaces, not space at a time. It's based on how many levels and employees. So they, after looking at several configurations, they found one that could hold up to 360. So that's what that number comes from. The 326 number is from our MMTA, and it represents what Grove Slade's original recommendation, the use permit minimum be set to. Slightly different than the 345. The reason we did that is because we, like I said, we had a couple models using different non-auto mode share assumptions. Those results showed us that if we are successful in reducing non-auto in the future, 20 years from now, we wanted to we wanted APS to have the flexibility to go under that 345 number if things change and they need more room for bikes charging or more storage for the car program, those type of things. So they can repurpose it and not be tied to that 345 number. So that's the origin of those three different numbers.
All right, I'm going to spit that all back to you, and you're going to tell me if I got it right. So 345 is your calculated actual demand for the site to accommodate all staff and visitor parking, essentially, but not for students. And that's based on your base TDM, which is essentially, how many people are actually driving now, scaled up to the size of the expected program.
Correct.
Okay, great. 360 is how many spaces the garage is going to have, or
can have. Yeah.
Can have. Yeah. All right. It has enough space for 360 spaces. All right. And then 326 is the number we're going to put in the use permit that APS cannot go below. So they're going to build it.
I was going to say that is what our recommendation is for that.
Gotcha.
It is not our final call.
And staff's recommendation, as identified in the staff report, is the 345 number as the required parking for the project.
Okay, thank you. All right. So let me see if this is also correct. Other than students, your calculation is that the garage can handle all of the parking needs for this campus other than students solely in the garage, not relying on on-street parking. On-street parking would just be for the neighbors and potentially for students.
Yes. Practically, it's likely some teachers and staff will park on the street if the restrictions, the unrestricted parking remains the same as they do today. But the numbers line up that they could all fit in the garage.
Yes, certainly if the parking is unrestricted and free and more convenient than the garage, people are going to park there. All right, great. I think then this next question is for, just to clarify with APS, your expectation is that you will not have to continue leasing parking spaces from ECDC after this construction is complete.
That is correct.
Great. Random clarifying question. I don't know how we got this far without me asking before. How will private vehicles be excluded from the plaza? How are you keeping it just buses?
So signage will certainly be a big part of that solution. And I will say there's a little bit of a caveat there, because in addition to buses, service vehicles will on occasion need to enter the site to access the loading dock for the new facility. But that'll be, very, very few and far between.
All right, great, thank you.
Commissioner Slott, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do want to, for the record, point out that Grove Slade's model does assume a larger student capacity at the MPSA program than it currently has. So that the whole model is predicated on that program going up to 750 students. So an additional 250 students on the campus for that. So it's the existing garage is a little bit future-proofed to support that growth.
Great, thank you. That's super useful. That's actually the next thing I wanted to talk about is number of students and the use permit, and what exactly is in the use permit from a campus capacity standpoint. So I looked through my board report at the conditions, and I don't see conditions about the number of student capacity. So is that in fact enforced via use permit, and it's just in some other part of the use permit, not the conditions, or maybe it's a condition that I looked past? Can somebody clarify that?
It's as part of the application, and it's summarized in the board report in the use table, and then it does not, and we have not historically enumerated it in the site plan conditions.
All right, but it is this design capacity of 1,619 students for the Career Center and design capacity of 488 students for MPSA. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. And so is my understanding correct that if APS wanted to put more than those two numbers together of students on this campus, they would need a new use permit?
They would need a use permit amendment.
They would need to amend this use permit.
Yeah, that's the envisioned approach.
Great. So if, as many of my neighbors are afraid of, APS decided they wanted to not tear down the existing Montessori building and instead put an additional school into that building, they could not do so without a use permit amendment if it would result in more students than are outlined in these two numbers.
They would not be able to put more students in the MPSA building, and they would not be able to put a whole new program in the existing Career Center without a use permit amendment.
Thank you very much. Have other commissioners come up with questions in this long line of my questions? Commissioner Terry, because we haven't heard from you yet.
Hey, good evening. I just want to clarify, going back to Highland, that you're saying currently changes to that section of sidewalk that is going to, that nobody's touching, is due to the trees and then the utility poles on the other side. Is that correct?
It's principally that the trees are, that's where we would see the widening have the most impact. And then to deliver the commensurate improvements, the 6 feet clear sidewalk and 5-foot planting strip with the remaining, what will be delivered in the remaining block, we identify that APS's site fences and the programs for the Montessori outdoor space would need to be narrowed.
But the sidewalks there right now has trees on one side that don't want to be taken down. On the street side, it's utility poles that you can't go past. Is that correct? Do you want to bring back up the picture?
Give me one moment. There we go.
Okay, so I thought what I'd heard you said is the trees on the playground side and then the utility poles on the street side is what's keeping that sidewalk where it is and unable to be addressed.
Right, we wouldn't recommend widening the sidewalk in towards the curb because of the existing utility poles. And we wouldn't necessarily recommend widening the sidewalk towards the school because of those trees and the outdoor play programs.
If the utilities were moved underground, though, that would potentially clear the way for addressing the sidewalk there and adding in that safety margin. Is that correct?
It would allow for a wider sidewalk at the back of curb, but you would either have to remove the trees or move the play fences to achieve the sidewalk and the planting strip that is the long-term vision for the campus's typical sidewalk and streetscape.
Unfortunately, we've had a number of pedestrian fatalities in this county over the last year or so, and they've occurred in school zones or near school zones. I think if we have this many students and parents and teachers and everybody else who's coming to this facility who may be parking in the neighborhood or coming from transit options, bike share options, we need to really try to maximize the safe movement of those people to this center.
Commissioner Lantelmi, did you have another thing?
I don't have a question, but do have a comment, or are we doing discussion now?
I think we're into discussion. Yep.
Okay. This goes to 9th Street, and you have 3 options there. I would strongly urge that we only consider the option that has the protected bike lanes. This is even more so than around the corner on George Mason. No, not George Mason. It's more so than there. This is the bike facility for Columbia Pike. It isn't going to work on Columbia Pike. That's why we need this bike highway along 9th Street. This is the opportunity to do it right. If we don't do it right, it'll be this way for like 30 years. So let's make it two protected bike lanes on what's going to be a busy street where there's pickup and drop off. It's really important that it be done right now, done correctly now. Thank you.
Commissioner Maradovic.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing. I appreciate the staff when talking about South Walter Reed, how they stated that they were really focused on building a facility that was safe for all ages and abilities. And only option 2 meets that criteria on 9th Street. So I hope that's what we will push for. And I think if we take a look at different neighborhood, Pentagon City, National Landing, 15th Street Southeast, that's a great facility, and that's what we should be striving for with the protected bike lanes and that intersection down there. That's great. But I'd like to take it a step further and talk about what's happening on Columbia Pike, which is pretty close by. Given all of these concerns about more people coming into this facility, I think it's really important for the county board to deliver on that promise of the 6-minute headways for buses on Columbia Pike to facilitate people coming to this educational facility. Thank you.
As long as we're talking about it, I will go ahead and also express my support for the configuration of 9th Street South that has protected bike lanes in both directions. I will also point out that the removal of parking on the south side of 9th Street has a second and additional benefit, which is that the parking meters that currently block that 4 or 4.5 foot wide sidewalk would no longer be needed there. And the parking signs that currently block that 4 foot wide sidewalk on the south side would also not be needed. So not only would it make the bike facility better in both directions, it would greatly improve walking for those on the south side of 9th Street. So I too am in support of that. Other commissioner comments or questions at this time? Commissioner Theo.
Yes, with the concerns of students and perhaps staff, faculty parking in the surrounding neighborhood, to my knowledge, the only closest commercial garage would be the Penrose Square garage that's underneath the Giant. To any of my fellow commissioners' knowledge, does that offer monthly parking to non-residents, or is it just daily, hourly?
They have a monthly option. So does the Hall, well, used to be called the Halstead on the other side of Columbia Pike at Walter Reed.
Okay, because I know that's just a block away from the site, so.
Commissioner Maradovic, did you have another thing?
Well, it seems a little bit unclear, but we might have some parking on the bank building that was purchased next to the Audi dealership. I don't know what the time frame on that potential library facility is, but currently I think it's just going to be a parking lot once that building is raised.
Mr. Gibson, do you want to go ahead and talk about that because it has a direct nexus to this project?
It does. Thank you for raising that. The county does have in our CIP relocating the Columbia Pike Branch Library to that location. We made the purchase of the property to support that. The county board has also directed, I believe, looking at that site in a manner that it's not just a library and may be supportive of housing options. But until those decisions are made by the county board, staff this summer is going to raise the building to ensure that it doesn't become blighted property or a safety issue. And in doing so, we will convert that space to parking and the idea is that while APS has construction going on at this campus, that parking can be used in support of construction worker parking or additional teacher parking as APS feels is most appropriate. And that would be handled through a separate memorandum of understanding between the county manager and the superintendent.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Locker.
I just had I just wanted to also support the protective bike lanes on 9th Street. I think that we should be doing that and just get it right the first time. And also, I was a little surprised to see there was only 6 EV parking spots in a garage that will have a minimum of 360. That seems kind of low. I was wondering how you got to that number.
Mr. Stricker, somebody from your team want to talk about EV parking?
Yeah, the challenge for APS with regard to EV parking is we don't really have a way to charge our staff for that type of amenity. And it's also an equity issue throughout, APS facilities. So we are trying to account for future EV parking. And certainly, that could be open to discussion for the number of spaces that need to have that amenity.
I would just encourage that even if you can put in the conduits and maybe, future proof it, you might not have to have it there, opening, but just thinking about routing and opportunities of the future.
Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and move the county manager's motion so that we have a motion on the floor. I expect to make at least one amendment to it, but let's get the motion process going. Actually, you know what? Nope. I want to talk about one more thing first. That Highland Street sidewalk is the only thing that's still not sitting nice with me. I am certainly not interested in damaging the trees that exist behind the existing sidewalk, or endangering them, especially when we know that we should be able to get an actual great facility. Soon is probably not the right word, right? This construction is going through 2017. So at the earliest, we're talking 2018, to be able to get a really good sidewalk facility there. On the other hand, I do think there's gonna be additional pedestrian traffic on that sidewalk because we're going to end up closing the sidewalk on Walter Reed during construction of the ACC site. So I would hope that staff could at least look at paving the utility strip on that stretch of Highland Street, just to make the interim facility that much better. It's not going to be additional clear width. There is the existing utility poles, there are existing parking signs, but it does give just that much more space for people to pass each other when there's not a pole or something like that. I don't know, Mr. Gibson, if you have any response to that sort of suggestion.
I mean, I think it's something that we can work with APS and we can consider based on a motion by the commission. Absolutely.
All right, great. Thank you for that. Any other, Commissioner Hussain?
It is on. Oh. No, I just had a question, if you don't mind, regarding that sidewalk and the utility pole. I think we may have mentioned it before, but I may not have fully understood. Why can't we put the utilities underground? That's a genuine question. I don't know if I think y'all may have addressed it, and I just did, it went over my head. I don't know.
Can I just tack on another question that I had about that? Are we undergrounding further down the street? Because there are poles running down that street, correct? So I just
You're
wondered what that condition is going to.
You're correct. There are poles further down the street for the full length of Highland and the full length of 7th. The project does not propose undergrounding either of those sets of utility poles. It does propose undergrounding any building connections and any new utility services, but those utilities are outside of the county's long-term undergrounding corridors, we use that document as our principal way to program funding for utility undergrounding.
I will add the bit that Mr. Gibson did not, which is that undergrounding utilities is staggeringly expensive and adds a lot of complexity to a project from a timing standpoint, because none of our utility partners can keep to a schedule ever on anything, which is why Columbia Pike's been under construction for 10 years and will for another several. Commissioner Moradovic, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, regarding those 2 trees, we're talking about a facility here where, what is that, 1,690 plus 488 potentially. That's just the students, not counting staff. And I mean, it's a shame to cut down any trees, but honestly, to provide proper facilities for that many people, we're not talking about a single family home that, 5 people might be visiting. We're talking about potentially like 2,500 people. I would be fine with cutting those 2 trees down to accommodate people being able to move around and hopefully pick our battles elsewhere for tree preservation, especially with all of the lane widenings happening all around us and thousands of acres of trees being cut down. So that's my comment.
Anybody else? All right. Then to kick things off, I will move that the Transportation Commission recommend that the county board approve the use permit for redevelopment of the Arlington Career Center with an expanded design capacity of 1,619 students, above grade parking structure, partial demolition of the existing Career Center building, synthetic turf field play area improvements associated with the existing Montessori Public School of Arlington building with a design capacity of 488 students, and streetscape improvements with modifications to setback height and parking regulations and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 816 South Walter Reed Drive. Furthermore, I move that the Transportation Commission finds that the proposed vacation of a portion of 8th Street South, originally Smith Avenue, located between South Highland Street and South Walter Reed Drive within the subdivision known as Arlington Plateau, is consistent with the Master Transportation Plan. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Thea. Thank you. So that is basically the county manager's recommendation. Is there any discussion of that or any move to amend that motion?
Question, is this where we would add in the option 2 for 9th Street?
That would be where we would offer an amendment to add that to the motion, which I just happen to have that language prepared. But I didn't want to jump directly because it's always weird when I move to amend my own motion. So I always like to, let it sit a little bit there first. But also if somebody wanted to, add to the motion something about the Highland Street sidewalk, this would also be an appropriate time for language to that effect as well.
Yeah, I move to amend the motion to recommend that the portion of Highland Street not planned to have sidewalk improvements, move ahead, to explore paving the strip between the back of the curb and the sidewalk as an interim step before totally rebuilding the sidewalk. A second amendment, could we vote on that before I make a second amendment?
Yeah, I think we first it's gotta have a second, and then we gotta vote on it, and then we could potentially add an additional amendment.
I'll go ahead and second the motion, this first motion for the sidewalk.
Is there discussion of this sidewalk motion?
Can you just say that one more time?
If I can remember how to
What
say
the
it.
final, or the recommendation on the condition is?
It's basically the recommendation is to pave the strip between the back of the curb and the sidewalk where the utility poles are to give a little extra width, as was earlier discussed by Chair Slatt when we had that larger discussion on the portion of Highland Street that is not being improved and which the community is recommending be improved.
And that currently is supposed to be grass.
It's
but
grass.
It's kind of
Yes,
grassy.
right. It's, unpaved.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, do we have a second? We already have a second.
Yep, moved and seconded. I'm supportive of the motion. Any other discussion of the motion? All right, then I will call a vote on this motion to amend. So what we're voting on now is just adding to the motion that is already on the floor. Commissioner Lantelmi is that the portion of Highland Street not currently planned to have sidewalk improvements, that they explore paving the landscape strip between the curb and the sidewalk is an interim step until a full streetscape can be achieved when the MPSA building is removed. All those in, I'm going to go one by one because we have somebody online. Commissioner Coleman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Nolan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Muradovic.
Aye.
Commissioner Yeri.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
And I too will vote aye, so that passes unanimously. All right, I will then.
Hey, Mr. Chair, a second amendment I'd like to add.
Okay, go ahead.
Could we call up the slide that has the 3 options for 9th Street? I want to make sure I get the right one.
It'll take longer than me just saying that is option 2.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure I got the right one. I move that I move to amend the main motion to state that the Transportation Commission strongly recommends only considering option 2 for the configuration of 9th Street South, which has protected bike lanes in both directions.
I second that.
It's been seconded. Any discussion of that motion? All right, then we'll vote on that. So this is voting on amending the main motion to add the language about 9th Street, option 2. Commissioner Coleman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Nolan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker. Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Muradovic.
Aye.
Commissioner Yeri.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
And I will also vote aye. That passes unanimously. Is there any more discussion of the motion as amended or any further amendments people would wish to make? Seeing none, we will call a vote on the main motion as amended. So that is the county manager's recommendation, including the vacation of 8th Street, which apparently runs smack through the existing building. And then the 2 amendments that we've just voted on, the one about paving the landscape strip on Highland and the one about recommending option 2 with the PBLs in both directions for 9th Street. So Commissioner Coleman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Nolan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Muradovic.
Aye.
Commissioner Yeri.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
And I too will vote aye. That also passes unanimously. Thank you to staff, mostly online, but also Mr. Black hiding out here in person. I too have been involved with this project since the Career Center Working Group in 2017. It's nice to see it moving forward. I'm also excited to see the Walter Reed Drive Complete Streets project moving forward, which first was proposed in 2012 when I was president of the Penrose Civic Association. So lots of long stuck things finally moving along, and I think it's going to be ultimately great. So thanks to everyone whose work was involved here. And I think we will move straight into the next item, Ms. Obukoya.
Next, we have Crystal Towers 3 site plan.
Whenever you're ready, whichever of you is going first.
Good evening. My name is Robert Vaughn. I'm with Duet Properties, and I'm here today to talk about our proposed application for Crystal Towers 3. In terms of the material that we'll be covering tonight, we'll orient the site, talk about the proposed program, talk about both the existing and proposed parking, discuss site circulation, the existing and proposed streetscapes, and then Grove Slade will cover the transportation overview, the bicycle facilities, and touch on the MMTA and TMP. The proposed site is located in the Crystal City neighborhood and on the block bounded by South East Street, 15th Street, South Fern Street, and 18th Street. And the application covers the portion of the Crystal Towers property fronting South East Street. The application includes two buildings. One is an 11-story mixed-use multifamily building containing 209 units and 8,000 square feet of ground floor retail. And the second building is a single-story retail building containing over 19,000 square feet. The conceptual ground floor plan you can see here has the mixed-use multifamily building sited just north of the existing Crystal Flats building on an existing surface parking lot. The driveway is maintained in essentially the same location, however, it's been fully renovated, with enhanced paving and new street trees, sidewalks, and plantings. However, it does replicate largely the circulation that exists today. And moving farther north, you can see the single-story retail building located in an additional surface parking lot adjacent to the intersection of 15th and East Street. Here you can see an existing site aerial with the two buildings generally outlined in red. And here's the proposed site rendering, where you can see the mixed-use multifamily building sited on the existing surface parking lot north of Crystal Flats, and then the single-story retail building sited in the existing surface parking lot adjacent to the intersection of 15th and East. Here you can see a view of the proposed multifamily building. The driveway is again in the same location. However, the access and sidewalks have been widened and the paving has been enhanced. From an architectural perspective, the ground floor is purposely very transparent, bringing activation out onto East Street and separated from the residential above through the architectural brow feature. One item I specifically wanted to highlight, because there was a fair amount of discussion about this and changes through the SPRC process, is the location of the south sidewalk in between the north side of Crystal Flats and the south side of our proposed building. We have now modified this to provide through block access by ramping the sidewalk from the elevation of the East Street, from the elevation of East Street up to the elevation of the driveway extension on the interior of the site. In terms of parking, the existing Crystal Towers building has 931 spaces, and that is comprised of a combination of surface parking spaces located in a single level of below-grade parking beneath the existing Crystal Towers building, and parking located beneath the Lost 590 building. I note that the parking located in the Lost 590 building is connected to the Crystal Towers parking garage through an underground tunnel. Looking at utilization over the past several years, one of the things that we noticed is that a significant number of spaces are not currently being rented to residents, and that the utilization has kind of hovered somewhere between 0.75 and 0.8. And this allowed us the opportunity to propose a development plan while still being able to provide parking based on the in-place demand. So the proposed site plan removes 157 surface parking spaces, which leaves 737 parking spaces available to serve the existing residents. Again, our goal at the outset of the development was to ensure that each of the residents that has a parking space today will have a parking space in the future, maybe just not the specific parking space that they have. We have also worked to allocate 30 surface spaces to support the proposed retail. Looking just at the residential, this provides a blended residential parking ratio between both the existing Crystal Towers units and the proposed 209 multifamily units at 0.7. The proposed building will add 42 spaces as an extension to the existing single-level below-grade garage. Those are located right here. Those 42 spaces will be connected to and accessed from the existing below-grade parking garage. The plan also provides for 10 visitor parking spaces consistent with county policy. In terms of pickup and drop-off, as I mentioned previously, we did have a goal at the outset of the development to replicate the same type of circulation. And based on our early conversations with the residents, we received strong recommendations to move in that direction. And one of the benefits of creating this turnaround, providing access back out onto East Street, is the ability to accommodate pickup and drop-off. So here we have the ability to accommodate up to 8 pickup drop-off spaces, although I think in actual practice, we will be able to accommodate much more than that. And this pickup drop-off would serve both the proposed 209 units as well as the existing 912 units. This map shows the existing parking and loading circulation. Oh, I just got kicked off the internet. I apologize. Right. If that comes up.
Give it a second. If it doesn't, just talk through it.
Here you can see the existing parking and loading circulation. The couple of things that I want to highlight are the existing garage entry comes through the surface parking lot off of East Street, and the existing garage has 2 exit points, one on the south side and one on the north side. The proposed plan largely maintains the same circulation through the site. The most significant change is it does consolidate that 1 entry and 2 exit points into a single entry exit point in the south tower that would correspond with a full renovation and enhancement of both the security access into that parking garage, along with restriping the existing garage to accommodate the new 2-way traffic. An additional benefit that this project is providing is a modernization and enhancement of the streetscape all the way from the corner of 15th and Eads down to the streetscape that was installed with Crystal Flats. The existing streetscape, the sidewalk ranges between 4.5 feet up to about 8 feet. And in our current proposal, we have a modern streetscape that would correspond to the rest of the streetscape further north along East Street. It would provide an 8-foot clear minimum sidewalk, street trees, light poles, as well as a full protected bike lane going all the way down to the intersection of 18th Street. And now I'll pass it over to Grove Slade to follow up on some additional items.
Thanks, Robert. My name is Felice Brickta. I'm with Grove Slade, and we wanted to just cover a few of the other transportation elements. So as you can see here, we just wanted to give a quick transportation overview. As Robert mentioned, the site is in Crystal City in a very well-connected multimodal area. It's located about 0.1 miles from the Crystal City Metro Station and about 0.4 miles from the Crystal City VRE Station. There's about 19 bus stops within a quarter mile of the site. As I mentioned, very well-connected pedestrian and bike network nearby. As Robert mentioned, we're looking at the 0.7 parking ratio blended across the existing and the proposed units. We'll cover a little bit more on the next slide, but we've got 86 long-term bike spaces and 11 short-term bike spaces, and then we'll include the typical elements of a transportation management plan.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you think you could like full screen it again? It all gets a little small between losing some space from Teams and losing some space from the PDF. Thank you.
So this figure shows some of the bike parking proposed for the site. As I mentioned, 86 long-term bike spaces, including 84 residential and 2 long-term retail spaces. We did want to point out here that those are proposed in a ground level bike room, so that's coming just off of the pedestrian alley. We've also got a total of 11 short-term bike parking spaces, and you can see where those are located just off of Eads Street. And then, as Robert mentioned, there's a new southbound protected bike lane along Eads Street from 15th down to 18th Street. And then just to cover our MMTA briefly, we scoped it with the county. We looked at 9 intersections surrounding the site. There were 2 intersections where we did find the need for mitigations, which were both just signal timing adjustments. And then, as we've covered, any other impacts would be mitigated by some of the enhanced site design we've already covered. Comments that we received during staff review and SPRC process, and then the implementation of the TMP, which we'll cover on the next slide. And this includes all the typical elements of the TMP, including participation funding, facilities improvements, promotions, and performance monitoring. I think that's what we have. So thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. My name is Joanne Gabor. I'm with Arlington County DES, and I'm here to present the staff presentation for Crystal Towers 3. This is a major site plan amendment. I have a few slides, and I'm going to try and go quickly since the applicant was very thorough. We do have a residential building and a retail building. There is going to be a 0.7 parking ratio blended across the existing and proposed, and a 1 space per 936 square feet of GFA for the retail use, and that's the 30 spaces that was mentioned. This is located in Crystal City and is within the Crystal City sector plan area, so we look to that sector plan for guidance among other policy guidelines. Eads Street is one of the streets that is the main frontage. This street will essentially remain the same with 3 travel lanes. The main enhancement is going to be the buffered bicycle facility. Currently today it is striped with flexi posts. And they're going to complete the enhancements with the basically continuous median as you've seen in front of the Met Park project that's almost done just to the north of this. This also does align with the other county project we are doing on the east side of Eads Street from Army Navy Drive to 12th and then also from 12th to 15th Street. As has been discussed, there is new loading spaces. I think that is one thing that maybe was not mentioned. They are within the 50% maximum compact spaces for the new spaces. This is not the existing spaces. The existing spaces will remain as is. And again, they have 86 class 1 bicycle spaces and 11 class 3 bicycle spaces around the site. Other features, just for everyone's awareness, is they will be going for the LEED Gold certification and participating in the Green Building Incentive Program. There will be a $1.4 million AHAF contribution, $500,000 for offsite transportation improvements, $425,000 for offsite public open space planning and improvements, and a public access easement for expansion and improvement at 15th and South Eads Street. And that's identified as open space number 18 within the Crystal City sector plan. The zoning modifications requested are residential and retail parking ratio, density exclusions for GFA below grade, and additional density. This had a public engagement online in November. We had 2 SPRC meetings, and currently we are at the commission meetings, and this is anticipated to go to the county board in June. Currently we are at Transportation Commission. Next Thursday is a double header with Planning Commission and Housing Commission on the same night, June 1, and then June 10 for the county board. Staff does support this project, and we recommend approval with the attached conditions, and I am here to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Obukoya. I believe we have no speakers on this item.
No speakers.
All right, Commissioner Lantelmi.
Yeah, this is really going to be for staff. It's not going to be for the applicant, because I think it's a great project. I sat through all the SPRCs for this, and it was tremendously improved. I think you did a great job in listening to us and making some pretty significant improvements on circulation and the like. What we came up at SPRC, and it's also the community has been asking, a mid-block crossing. This is a really big block. It's effectively, we're missing 2 cross streets, so it's really you're going 3 blocks without having any crossings. I think the neighborhood is absolutely right in wanting to have a mid-block crossing. We do have a driveway coming out that would be a logical place for one. It probably should be signalized, but maybe a hawk signal could work there too, or something that would be triggered just by a car coming out, or even having a big button, as much as I hate those. But this is a really long block, and people are going to be walking, and people are going to want to cross the street. It's a wide street. Nash Street is not an easy one to cross, and this is a long walk to go. So I would very much like to understand why staff is not recommending a mid-block crossing here, and are there technical reasons why it can't happen?
I'm pulling up my presentation with some graphics to address that question. So this is a graphic that shows everyone just what the existing conditions look like. I've highlighted, excuse the maybe elementary level graphics, but the red shapes do indicate the existing entrance and exit points for various buildings. And then I have shown the same thing with the proposed conditions. So the big difference between the proposed and existing, just to point everyone out, is this driveway entrance essentially is removed. Everything on the east side, I'm sorry, I should have said this first. North is page right on here. So the east side, we have the Marriott, then we have another building over here, and then we have the Crystal Towers on the west side. So in the proposed conditions, I have provided some dimensions because I think it's helpful. Scale sometimes is hard to judge on these little screens for everyone. So this block is about 830 feet, as Commissioner Lantelmi mentioned. We have 15th Street, 18th Street, so obviously 16th and 17th Street are missing. One of the big challenges we have is the entrance points for the Marriott. These are rather large driveway entrances, and they do allow access to northbound and southbound lanes. Well, practically speaking, the traffic flow tries to come in the southbound and then leave the northbound. Folks can actually enter and exit from both of these points. And then when we look on the east side, we have the new entry exit for the Crystal Towers. And then we also have the existing that is an entry and exit as well. So when I look at this, the concern we have from a staff perspective is the fact that these entrances are so close together on the east side. And they're also very close together, quite frankly, on the west side. And having entry and exit points and knowing that vehicles most likely will use this center turn lane to be able to turn into or to turn out of this area, just to sit if they need to so they can cross one lane of traffic before they enter both the other lane of traffic. Our big concern is having a pedestrian crossing this location is right where vehicles may be sitting. So you're introducing additional conflict points. And that's not something we feel at this time makes sense and is not something we really want to encourage. The other couple things I will point out is just looking at this site overall. Again, Eade Street is here on the bottom. North is to the right. when I look at this site, these buildings do take up the majority of the center of the site. So there is very little permeability in the direct east-west condition aligning with this mid-block, unless you live in this building, of course. Anyone from the public, they're most likely going to come around, if I'm starting at this point, over to 18th and over to Eads, unless you're going to travel through the parking lots, which again is not something that, from a staff perspective, is something we encourage, because it is not public property and it's not a public passageway. So that was one of the other things I wanted to provide for folks for context. And then the third thing is, as with all streets in Arlington and the county in general, as these areas do redevelop, we are always available to reevaluate this, changing, depending on the changing nature of the streets and the volumes of traffic. So it is something we can always come back once this is completed, perhaps when some of the other developments are completed and we see increases or changes in the volume and modes, and we can reevaluate this question at that time. But right now, where we sit today, based on what we see and the existing conditions, it's not something we support because we are just worried about this is introducing an additional conflict point with the driveways on both sides of the street so close together.
Thank you for that explanation. I'm personally still not particularly convinced that if anything, it sounds we're continuing to accommodate vehicles at the expense of our pedestrians. And you're right about the conflict points. I do see that, but I think it requires a rethinking of that whole block of North Nash Street. I'm sorry, of South Nash Street, so that we don't have as many conflicts. Eat Street. Thank you. My mistake. So we do rethink it so that it does become safer for everybody, the bikes, cars, and pedestrians. We have, maybe there's an opportunity there with that turn lane in the middle that we could make it a turn lane and have a full signal right there. You have two driveways right across from each other. Maybe working with the Marriott, you could find a way to make it just in and out. Rationalize that too. It would take work. I agree. It may not happen immediately, but I would strongly urge rethinking East Street here. It's becoming a very different street than it was conceptually years ago. Met Park is showing how it's evolving into a pedestrian-oriented street. Having the bike lanes along it is great. It is evolving. This block needs to evolve further too. My editorial comment on that, but thank you.
And I have to say, I do agree with Commissioner Lantelmi. I think this is something the county itself needs to look at from a holistic standpoint. Because when I look at, just having the 50 feet between these driveways, and then I look up here, I only have 115 feet. So it does become looking at not the Crystal Towers property itself as the impetus for that. I think I agree, it is looking at that entire corridor, especially with Met Park being completed. It's going to be opening, sort of open now, but folks are going to start moving in, and we do have those additional signals that we have at that point. And seeing how this area evolves, I think is something that's where we need to keep monitoring this and see what happens in this area. We also all know that the Route 1 plans are moving forward with lowering to grade, which is also going to change the nature of this area, and quite frankly, how folks get around here, not just by vehicle, but also on foot and scooter or bicycle. And that's where it's something that at this time, it's not something we're supportive, but it's definitely something that we will be able to monitor and continue looking at. And the other point that I just wanted to bring up that I forgot to mention, I apologize, is there also is minimal parking along this frontage. And then that again is, just part of that conversation of looking at this block on the entirety on both the east and the west side. Is if we did something, let's just say we put something here, then these parking spots on the west side are removed. Let's say we moved it to the north and put it somewhere here, then we have parking spots on the east and west side that are removed. And not that that necessarily is a bad thing, but it's just something I think we would want staff to be looking at that holistically in relation to what's happening to the north and south of this area to make sure that what is proposed is the most appropriate for Eads Street in general.
So I have a couple thoughts on this exact same thing. Did you look at potentially putting a mid-block just north of these driveway entrances, north of the northernmost Crystal Towers entrance, rather than between the gateway driveways?
At this location or even north of this driveway?
No, yeah, in that 115.
It's still, we're still concerned about the proximity of these two driveways, which is also why this isn't a location that we are supportive of. And then as you start to think, north of this driveway, you become so close to the intersection that you're almost not mid-block.
Gotcha, yeah. And then, my other thought is if the biggest issue is that these driveways are, not right in, right out, that you can be going multiple directions, that's a solvable problem. There's a whole turn lane's worth of space for a median. This whole block could become right in, right out with some, concrete down the middle. But yeah, I just feel like this is 3 football fields that somebody's got to go. And the ultimately reality is people are jaywalking across the street today. Human nature is you live in that apartment building and you want to go into the Crystal City Underground and go under 110 in that tunnel, you're just going to walk across whether we put a crosswalk there or not. What the crosswalk does is formalizes that conflict point so everybody's a little bit, understanding where it's going to be rather than it being whatever place that person happens to pick. So I understand where staff is coming from, but I'm not sure I agree on our current outcome here. Commissioner Moravec.
Yeah, on the same point of people already jaywalking, and they're going to jaywalk even more because you're going to have this hotel, and right across the street is going to be retail. And if I'm sitting in a hotel board and I see something across the street, like something to get out of my hotel room, like I'm going to walk across that street, and now they have an option of walking down the 15th and crossing, or 18th on the other side, and I think the vast majority of people are just going to walk right across that street. And then in terms of the lack of the absence of permeability in the Crystal City Tower site itself, Chairman Slatt already mentioned the Crystal City Underground on the other side, so there is that permeability, and I think. Yeah, well, kind of to summarize that point, people are going to be crossing that street anyway. There's going to be a lot of jaywalking. I know when I bike down that lane, bike in front of that hotel, usually there are like a lot of like big buses and large groups, and they're always like clogging up the lane, and it's always kind of a mess in terms of pedestrians, and now it's going to be even more so. So I understand the difficulty of this site, but I would hope that we could try to work out something else, because we're going to have a potential issue down the road.
Commissioner Terry.
Just want to echo a lot of what's been heard here. I think what we see is some legacy thinking about prioritizing the movement of vehicles over the safe movement of people, and what we've seen from input from people who live in the area, that people are already crossing in the middle of the block there. And so I think Arlington has a choice of whether we want to create a safe space for people to do that, and maybe think more creatively about how the road is laid out currently to force vehicles to go in certain ways, and create, like I said, that safe space for pedestrians. NACTO, Federal Highway Administration, both have guidance that state if you've got desirable points on either side of the street, then you need to rethink just having it a straight paved street for vehicles, and think about putting in mid-block crossings. I would urge the county to look at putting a mid-block crossing in here, and think about some other ways to ensure that vehicle traffic is moving around the people in as safe as a way as they can.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none, let's get a motion on the floor to move things along. Oh, Commissioner Maravick?
Doing just questions or comments?
Oh, questions, comments, whatever.
Okay.
I didn't think we had so many on this one that we were gonna have to split it up. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner
well,
Maravick.
I wasn't on the SBRC like Chairman Lynn told me, so I wasn't privy to some of the conversations that you all had about the parking situation. It seems kind of a lot of parking space for cars, and I know that you're basing it on current usage, but I think like I don't know how far back you go. We kind of had an abnormality with the pandemic and a lot more car usage. Metro service is getting a lot better. There's a lot of cycling infrastructure that is being built, and in short, like every couple months, the alternatives to driving a car are really improving in this neighborhood, and it really is one of the like premier neighborhoods in the U.S. in terms of public transit and options of not using a car. So we already saw that the the Bartlett site had too much parking, and then they went through an amendment, and I'm concerned that this site might be, while it makes sense now, a couple years down the road, it might not. It might be too much parking. And in regards to that, the amount for bicycles, I think like across the street, the building has like 420 bike spots, if I'm correct, and this was 86 or some. Of long term plus some along the periphery, and I was wondering if just the logic on whether you got that balance right. I mean, I'm sure you already do because you put it down in there, but kind of the logic behind it.
With regard to our thinking about parking, we made a commitment to our residents that each one of them who has a parking space today would have a parking space in the future. I think we fully agree that if we have underutilized or unutilized surface parking, the worst application of it is to sit as surface asphalt. I don't think that this in any way limits our ability to come back and propose an additional change in the future, to the extent we do see continual changes in parking demand and the ability to reclaim what is surface asphalt and put it towards something that would be more valuable both to the residents, to us, and the neighborhood. So with regard to the bike parking, I do think that there were some compromises made in order to adjust the building to create additional distance between Crystal Flats and the proposed building that did shrink the bike room from what our original proposal was. We are continuing to explore additional opportunities within the existing building and existing garage to supplement bike facilities, but those would be handled under a modification of the existing building rather than as part of the site plan.
Anyone else? All right, well, I'm in the middle of writing some motion language, so if anybody else wants to move the county manager's recommendation while I do, well, that would move things along, but otherwise I will be right back in a second. All right, since nobody else jumped in, I will move that the Transportation Commission recommend that the county board adopt the site plan amendment to site plan number 13 for construction of up to 205,101 square feet of residential gross floor area, up to 209 residential units, and approximately 28,076 square feet of retail gross floor area with modifications for additional density, reduced residential and retail parking ratios, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 1600 Eads Street, as outlined in our draft board report dated May 22nd, 2023. Seconded by Commissioner Lantelmi. Is there any discussion of that motion?
Is this where we would offer an amendment?
Yeah, and I wrote some language for one, if you want to give me a sec.
Would you like to share that?
Yes. Hearing no other things, I will then move to amend the main motion, stating that the Transportation Commission further recommends that county staff continue to work to find a way to achieve a mid-block crossing of Eads Street between 15th and 18th. And if that is not achievable with this project, that the county dedicate the $500,000 off-site transportation contribution to a future capital project on Eads Street between 15th and 18th that could improve the northbound bike facilities as well as provide a safe mid-block crossing.
I'll second that.
That's seconded. Is there any discussion of that motion to amend? Is everybody clear on what it says? All right, then we will vote on that motion to amend as soon as I get my spreadsheet in order. Commissioner Coleman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Nolan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Moravec.
Aye.
Commissioner Yeri.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
And I will also vote yes. That passes 11-0. Is there any other discussion of the motion as amended before we move to a vote on that? Which, as a reminder, is the county manager's recommendation plus the language we just voted on about the mid-block crossing and potential future capital project. All right, then we will move to the vote. Commissioner Coleman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Nolan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Moravec.
Aye.
Commissioner Yeri.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
And I too will vote yes, and that also passes 11-0. Thank you for an excellent project that we barely needed to talk about the project itself and only talk about offsite transportation improvements. So thank you very much. Ms. Obakoya, I think we will take a brief 5-minute break for the commission, and then we will come back to the next agenda item. All right, Ms. Obukoya, whenever you're ready, I think we can move on to the next item.
Next, we have the ordinance of vacation to vacate a 10-foot wide public alley located between North Randolph Street and North Quincy Street. And I'll turn it over to Mike Kaluski, staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Haluski. I'm a real estate specialist with the Department of Environmental Services. I'm joined tonight with my colleague, Yi Shen, also a real estate specialist with DES, and here to present this vacation of a 10-foot alley between North Randolph Street and North Quincy Street. So I'll go through these quickly as a bit of background on the creation of this alley. It was originally dedicated as part of a subdivision in 1912. Our records in the Department of Environmental Services indicate that the county never improved the alley or opened it to the public. At some unknown point in the past, the east-west portion of the alley was paved and gated at both ends. And then the eastern portion of the alley that sort of doglegs down to the intersection of Quincy Street and Fifth Road North. We believe it was at some point during the building of the adjacent Founders Square property that that section of the alley was sort of absorbed by the adjacent towing company. They sort of moved their fence over, we believe. Here are some shots from the street. The image on the left is looking from Randolph Street, looking east, and you can really see that the 10-foot alley and the gate, and also that the buildings along the south side of the alley are right up to the property line, and then the parking lot that is on the north side of the alley is right across. They're very close together. And then the image on the right, looking at Quincy Street, at the intersection of Quincy Street and Fifth Road North, sort of looking to the northwest, and we can see that sort of last section of fence right here. That's where, essentially where the alley, the paper alley exists. So in November of last year, the owners of the properties received a zoning violation for having a fence blocking a public alley. Those owners submitted an application to vacate the alley as a way to resolve that zoning violation. The subject alley is not identified as a street or an alley on the master transportation plan or otherwise identified as a feature on the comprehensive plan, and there's no existing utilities located in the area of the subject alley. Here we have a plat showing the alley. It's 4,307 square feet, 10 feet wide, generally running east-west between North Randolph and Quincy. Just as it gets to that eastern portion, it doglegs down towards the intersection. And this next image shows generally the east-west portion. Since it's dedicated in the middle of a subdivision, it would be split in half. In certain areas, right over here, the properties on both sides are different legal entities, but both part of American Service Center. So to keep the parcel sort of in a bit more whole, one side is going to convey its interest to the other side. We can keep these properties whole. And then on the southern side, these will go, this portion will go to the property owners here. And on this side, especially this dogleg, which is on the edge of the subdivision, all 10 feet will go this way towards the 4,000 C LLC owners. And we have a vicinity map that shows locations of the buildings in a little bit more detail. So you can see the location, the walls of these service bay buildings are right up against the alley. And the parking lots are just to the north. And I'll skip reading the recommendation. I can save that for the motion for the purpose of brevity, but it's essentially that the Transportation Commission finds that the vacation is substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan, including the master transportation plan. And I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
I really hate to ask this question because this should be one of those we just vote and we move on because it's very simple. But doesn't the North Quincy Street plan addendum pretty much show Fifth Road North moving to right on top of the location of this alley?
Actually shows, if I could pull it up, I believe it shows it pretty far to the north of where the alley is, essentially where the existing section of Fifth Road between Quincy and Pollard, it would continue over. Sorry, I don't have that image, but let me see if I can find. It's essentially here, and it comes straight across, and it moves a little bit this way, but it's further to the north. It's not where the existing alley is.
If it helps, Commissioner Slatt, I don't think that anything that we're doing here tonight would in any way prevent the realization of that were all of these properties to redeveloped under that area plan. I will say that we had a minor amendment approved a few months ago, maybe more than that. I've lost track of time and space at this point in the evening, but to improve the parking lot and surroundings of the dealership itself, because the dealership is not going anywhere anytime soon. There have been extended discussions about how to realize that specific area plan in this neighborhood. My client has worked with the county and with neighboring owners for years to attempt to do that, and actually participated in a land swap that led to the Harris Teeter development that's kind of catty-cornered to this. So we've done a lot to help realize that, but this dealership isn't going anywhere. There were efforts years ago, and there were some other owners who didn't want to play ball. It just never happened. That was before I even started practicing this area of law. But certainly in the future, were these properties to look to redevelop, the county would still get its connection.
I completely understand that. My issue right here is that I'm being tasked with saying that making this alley go away is consistent with our comprehensive plan, which includes the North Quincy plan. And I'm not sure I can square those two things right now when it says that there should be a street here.
If I could also add.
That would be great.
We also propose, staff had that same concern. We're also proposing to include in the deed of vacation a restrictive covenant that would prevent any building being built within the vacated area, or that any portion of the vacated area be used for density. They would have to come back to the county board to have that restriction released. And the purpose of that restriction is so that we can retain that sort of leverage that we have as having a property interest here in the future to ensure that this area does redevelop in accordance with the North Quincy Street plan.
That's helpful. Thank you. Anybody else have questions on this absurdly detailed thing? Commissioner Lane, tell me.
Yeah, it's not so much a question about this particular one, but these keep coming up. We seem to have a lot of alleys that are mapped or in the property records that have been built on. This came up with the Bank of America site on Columbia Pike. It came up with the very last thing that we looked at with the Career Center. Were they just three anomalies, or is this really a big problem in the county that we have all these rights of way that are being built on?
Yeah, I think you're right. It does come up. We see it with site plans very often, I think there are quite a number of right-of-ways and alleys that were recorded with subdivisions and that there exist in the land records, but there's no sort of comprehensive place to look and see. Here are all of these, potentially hundreds of different alleys. They're in residential neighborhoods, commercial areas. And there's just not one single source to find all of those. So we address them as they come up in redevelopments or as issues come up such as this.
Okay, it's just, they keep popping up.
I will just add to Commissioner Lantelmi's point that we've had an item in our master transportation streets element since 2011, 12 years ago, that says we should evaluate all existing paper streets and determine whether they should be constructed or if we can use the space for something else. And it just feels like really we gotta do that because it seems like there's a lot of paper alleys, paper streets kicking around. Commissioner Radvick.
There we go. Yeah, I had a question generally about these, like in our previous experience, in exchange for a vacation, the owner, the developer provides some type of community benefit. That's normally been the course. And what you're saying that this is a short-term thing that if the site is developed in the future, that the county would still have some rights to that, where that could be bargained for, so to speak.
Yeah, that's correct. Typically, when we have a vacation of a right-of-way, we look at the contributory value. Generally, they're coming along with site plan developments or those types of things. So it's what's the contributory value of the vacation? And usually that's monetary consideration for the vacation. In this case, there is a small bit of monetary consideration for this vacation, but the bulk of that, since we're limiting the ability to build or the ability to get any density until the future, that's where sort of that bulk of that monetary compensation.
All right. Yeah, because the current contributory value is having your car towed to advanced towing and having it stay there as opposed to maybe further away. I don't know.
I just wanted to add that minimal compensation is still like $35,000, so it's not nothing, especially to my client. But
it's not $10.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Theo.
So yes, one of my questions was just addressed because yes, that's one end of that is advanced towing their parking lot. And that is, from what I understand of the map, where it's fenced off and where there would be an alleyway is currently part of their parking lot, correct?
The paper street, or the paper alley comes down. It was
the dog leg area that's
the little
currently
dog
part
leg
of their,
was
what
adjacent
they've
to their parking
marked
lot.
off as a parking lot.
I don't know that it's paved. I know the portion that's on their parcel is paved. And then when they move the fence, I'm not sure if they paved that or just put down stone, what have you, but they are parking vehicles there, yes.
Other question, I seem to remember from a few years ago, this may have been pre-pandemic, but with the old Italian restaurant on the other end of that paper alley, I seem to remember that was slated for redevelopment a few years ago. What happened to that then? I guess that didn't go through, or am I just imagining it?
No, I remember their talk about being a hotel or something there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Several
It
years
was
ago.
supposed to be a
Yeah.
hotel or something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but
There's
not
been
aware.
a lot of talk about this whole area, but consolidation has never fully come together. All right, seeing no other hands up, we'll go ahead and move that the Transportation Commission finds that the vacation of a 10-foot wide public alley located between North Randolph Street and North Quincy Street, adjacent to 501 and 505 North Randolph Street, and 4011 through 4019 Fifth Road North, with conditions, is substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan, including the Master Transportation Plan of Arlington County, Virginia.
so well, second.
Okay,
but
it's seconded.
Just want to make the conditions are the that you can't develop it in the future where you already mentioned. Okay, all right, thank you.
I want to get a clarification on that because it does, in the board report, it says that we would just have to go back to the county board.
We would.
So the restrictions, they would have to be able to come back to the county board, and it could be lifted. I mean, but it has to come back. So at this point, nothing, we would have, any other changes would have to still come back.
Correct.
All right, cool.
Commissioner Theo.
And I guess a question for clarification. With the motion, well, I guess how's the county being compensated for current use of the paper alleyway? There was some talk of like dollar amounts, but no, is it only that there will be a deed restriction on future development to keep that open for now, or?
There is proposed compensation for the vacation at this point. It's a little bit over $35,000. I don't have the exact number. And then, but that's with that restrictive covenant that will be recorded in that deed of vacation. So in the future, if the site is consolidated, it comes back for redevelopment. Presumably a redevelopment would need to remove that restriction in order to either build on that area of the vacation or to use that 4,307 square feet for the purposes of calculating density. They would have to come back to the board, to the county board, and request to have that restriction released, and essentially pay the difference of 90% of the then fee simple value versus the 10% of the fee simple value of today. But
do you want a translation of that, Commissioner Theo?
Yes, please.
Essentially, if the alley easement is a restriction, right? It says there's all this stuff that you can't do with it because it's an alley. Because they're not getting that restriction entirely lifted, right? If this were being vacated without this deed of covenant, that would be worth a lot of money, right? All of this land is now available to do essentially whatever you want with it. And so the amount that they would be paying to the county for a full removal of this alley easement would be much more than $36,000. It would be, say, $500,000 or something like that.
Okay.
Instead, they were paying $36,000. They're only getting to use it essentially as a place to drive and park and be able to put up a gate, which is the thing that they can't do right now. And should they redevelop, there will be this other opportunity for them to say, hey, we want to do other things with this land, like build on it. And the county says, okay, that's fine, but that's a property interest of ours that is going to go away. And so you will owe us more money at that time.
And the 36,000, that's just a one-time thing?
That
or
is a one-time payment for getting these small amount of property rights back on their property. Because it's not the county's property. It is their property, but it is under a restrictive easement, an alley easement. Any other discussion of the motion that is before us? All right. To a vote then. Commissioner Coleman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Nolan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Moravic.
Aye.
Commissioner Yeri.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Commissioner Theo.
Reluctantly, aye.
And I too will vote yes. That is 11-0. Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda, we have South George Mason Drive study with staff Leah Gerber.
Hi, thank you, Bridget. I will go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see my screen okay?
We can, and since you've been here relatively recently and it's almost 10 o'clock, I give you permission to skip a large portion of the historic what has come before portion of your presentation.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, so today I'll be talking about South George Mason Drive Multimodal Corridor Study. My name is Leah Gerber. I'm a principal planner within DES, specifically in transportation planning. And I will, kind of like Chris said, skip quite a bit of the study overview and just delve into some of the existing conditions, corridor-wide cross-sections, key intersections, and then I'll just briefly touch upon next steps. And Chris, feel free to just kind of let me know when you want to kind of pick back up study overview Basically, this is the study area, 2 miles from Arlington Boulevard to the county line, generally South Dinwiddie Street. We divided these into 3 segments based on, general cross sections. We have a timeline here. It started in the fall or winter 2021. You can see we had community kickoff meeting in April 2022. We last had, our community meeting in March 2023. You can see now we're doing commission briefings. So some of the existing conditions, what we heard, we had phase 1 of engagement. This was in April. We had a community kickoff meeting. You can see some of the, responses here. We had an online feedback questionnaire and map that was available in 6 languages, and we had some in-person walking tours. One of the questions that we asked is overall, how safe do you feel while traveling along South George Mason Drive using these different types of transportation? And you can see that, our more vulnerable users like bikers, scooters, pedestrians felt very unsafe or unsafe, while that tended to increase to safe or very safe as you progress to driving or people using transit. We asked individuals, what potential changes did you want to see? And these were generally all the same for the 3 segments. This is important to note because we do focus on intersections later on. So you can see 50% of respondents wanted to focus on safer intersections. We also had 45% with protected bike lanes, emphasis on slower traffic, and also crosswalks, which pertains to the key intersections engagement. We also had about 400 pins and comments where a lot of them focused on intersections. And just to quickly flag, we did do some data analysis as well. Really, the study was informed by 4 factors. So planning guidance, data analysis, public engagement, and interdepartmental coordination. So we did some, speed and volume collection here. We looked at some turning movements, once again, for that key intersection engagement. You can see here that speeding is a major issue. This is something that we heard in engagement, and this was reflected ultimately when looking at the information that was gathered. You can see we do have about 6% of people that are going about 40 miles an hour or over. And generally, this is a 30-mile-an-hour corridor. And it's important to note that there's schools, we have Wakefield, we have multiple parks. So this is an area where, speeding is an issue and something that we wanted to resolve with this study. We also had some crash data, which once again, I'll kind of highlight with the key intersections, but I think it's important to note that from 2016 to 2020, there are about 256 crashes on the corridor, and 2 intersections that I'll mention later are Vision Zero crash hotspots. So corridor-wide concepts, this is phase 2 engagement. So similarly to phase 1, where we're looking at existing conditions, we had a virtual community meeting. We also had an online feedback questionnaire. We had about 392 people that responded. And this time we had an in-person workshop and open house. We asked people, how do you prioritize transportation within each segment? Generally it was the same. So about 70% of respondents ranked dedicated bikeway as a top 3 priority. And then about 77% of respondents ranked sidewalks as well. And then vehicle travel lanes rounded out those top 3. So I'll highlight this in a little bit, but essentially we showed kind of 2 segments that was a result of those 4 factors that I mentioned earlier. Really concept A, which is the darker green, is kind of a separated bike lanes with a planted buffer area, removal of parking. And concept B was a multi-use trail, removal of some parking, but not to the extent of concept A, once again with a planted buffer space and widened sidewalk. And we asked people, based on your mode of transportation, how much benefit do you foresee with this concept? Generally, we had people prefer the multi-use trail concept or concept B. And segment 1 and 2 is a little more distinct, but, it gets to 51% for segment 3. So a little bit of a more narrow margin there. We also had quite a bit of general comments. We had a space for open-ended comments, and parking related concerns was the highest amount of comments, specifically concerns with removing parking on segment 1, which is from Arlington Boulevard to Columbia Pike. There were comments that also supported reduction of parking. There was some reiterated support for the project, and then some concern for an interaction between people riding bikes and walking or rolling on a 12-foot path. We did end up doing a parking utilization study based on the concerns we heard regarding parking. Generally, we found about 60 to 70% of all available parking spaces were used during the weekdays, and this goes to about 55% during the weekends. And then segment 1, where there was the most concern, you can see about less than half of the available parking spots were used on the weekends, and you can see some of the parking utilization rates here. And I think something else that's important to highlight is we're working really closely with the National Foreign Affairs Training Center to see if we can take some of the commuters that are parking on street and get them to park on base. Because when we did do the parking utilization study, it was very clear that a lot of the people who were parking on street in segment 1 were going to the National Guard facility or the NFATC. And these are some of the results from segment 2 and 3. So this is what we showed people, especially during the engagement. This is what's existing here today. And I'll pause quickly. Chris, do you want to go into all of kind of phase 2 engagement, or would you like to skip to phase 3 on key intersections?
Dig into segment 1 and then let's skip to the phase 3 stuff, because segment 1 I think is the one that people are still talking the most about.
Yeah, okay, sounds good, thank you. So you can see up in the corner highlighted here, this is from Arlington Boulevard to Columbia Pike, and this is generally what's here today. So these are not accurate, necessarily for every kind of facet, but throughout. So basically I'm going to start from the outside. You have a 4-foot sidewalk, 3-foot buffer strip, 7 feet on each side, and then these 11-foot and 12-foot vehicular lanes with a 6-foot median. The preferred concept, starting from the outside, is a 12-foot multi-use path, so that's for pedestrians and cyclists, a 4-foot buffer strip. We've narrowed the lane here, and we've removed parking on this northbound or east side, narrowed this to 11 feet, and then 10 feet, kept the median the same. Same for the other side. It's important to note that those vehicular lanes on the outside are kept at 11 feet for transit to be able to function. We've maintained parking over here and then bumped the sidewalk out to 7 feet to make it more ADA compliant. And I will go ahead and skip to the key intersections. Great, so this is kind of phase 3, which was our last round of engagement. You can see we had a virtual community meeting, which was very well attended. We fielded about 50 questions, I believe. We had an online questionnaire as well, which once again was available in 6 languages, and we had some pop-ups at Barcroft Apartments. You can see here we focused on 3 key intersections. So we have Arlington Boulevard towards the top of the slide, Columbia Pike at the middle, and then South 4 Mile Run Drive towards the bottom. So this is what's here today for Arlington Boulevard. You can see there's, 5-foot sidewalk, 13-foot and 12-foot vehicular lanes, a 4-foot concrete median, and that's mirrored on the other side as well. So this is the short-term solution, and this is, operating the assumption that the bridge, is not being rebuilt. We did reach out to VDOT, and they do not have plans to rebuild it at this time and could not give us an estimate for when that would be based on how they do their bridge inspections, which is why we kind of came up with this short and long-term solution. So here we're really working within the confines of the existing bridge. And you can see we've maintained that 5-foot sidewalk, but we've added a protected bike lane that's 5 feet. This is beneficial, so we can get people through on bikes, but it also adds a little bit of a lower stress experience for people walking. So rather than being adjacent to traffic, they're adjacent to, bikes which are generally slower moving. And oftentimes, sometimes people can even step into the bike lane. One thing we did hear from comments is a call for, more vertical protection here, which we acknowledge. We've gotten this space essentially from narrowing all these vehicular lanes, but once again, keeping that outside lane at 11 feet so transit can function. The long-term solution here is operating under the assumption that the bridge is rebuilt at some point. You can see that the 12-foot trail is basically continued through on the east side or northbound side. Once again, those vehicular lanes are narrowed, reflected throughout, and then we've also added an 8-foot sidewalk on the other side. There also will be updated curb ramps, which you cannot see in this illustration. So when we asked people, do you feel this would change your feelings of safety for these modes, is kind of some of the responses we included and received. I think specifically for the short term, there was quite a bit of support from riding a bicycle and walking and rolling. a little bit more of kind of ambivalence specifically with driving a personal vehicle. And once again, looking at that long term, we had some support, that it would make you feel safer looking at walking and biking. And then also had some neutrals with taking public transit as well as driving a personal vehicle. I think it's also important to note that throughout all of these graphs, you'll see that quite a few respondents said not applicable for riding a scooter. You can see about 32% stated that here. So another intersection we focused on was Columbia Pike, and this is what's here today. So this is what was included in that online engagement form. And this is what we proposed. Here you can see, I can go through some of these bullets. Essentially, there's some wider sidewalks to improve this experience for pedestrians. You can kind of see here, this is that 12-foot trail that's once again traveling on that east side or northbound side. There's some curb bump outs to make the intersection crossings a little shorter. I think one thing that you can't really see illustrated here, but will be recommended from this study, are changing traffic signals, and this will allow full or partial phase separation for trail users who are crossing Columbia Pike on South George Mason Drive, specifically to reduce conflicts between turning vehicles and trail users. So generally what we heard, there was general support for the multi-use trail, but once again, there was concern for the separation of pedestrians, cyclists, and scooter riders, making sure that there was enough room in that 12 feet for all these different users. There was concern about traffic signalization. Specifically, there was a call for full phase separation, allowing peds and cyclists to safely cross. And there were still concerns that the intersection is too large, specifically that there are too many vehicular lanes and it makes crossing, whether you're biking, walking, or rolling, difficult. And you can see some of the, perceptions and feelings of safety reflected in this graph. Generally, walking and rolling, that went up, but you can see it's a little bit more neutral looking at riding a bicycle, driving a personal vehicle. I want to note really quickly before I talk about South 4 Mile Run Drive that we did actually change the scope to do some sim traffic modeling to evaluate trade-offs at the intersection because it is so complicated. We looked really at these three things, impacts of separating the trail crossing, impacts of potentially rerouting the ART 72 bus or having a transit-only lane, and then just further analyzing how to restrict and simplify traffic phasing. So you can see what's here today. I think it's important to note we have South George Mason Drive here. You have South 4 Mile Run Minor here and South 4 Mile Run Major here. And then we also have the W&OD trail crossing here already in existence. So this is what we proposed. Similar to Columbia Pike, we had wider sidewalks. We have that 12-foot trail continuing on this side, which would intersect with the W&OD trail. We have some shorter crosswalks with curb bump outs to improve that crossing safety. And once again, we have some changing traffic signals. So essentially restricting the left turn movement. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but from South 4 Mile Run Drive Minor to South George Mason Drive to protect the trail users. And that would be protecting the east side proposed trail as well as the W&OD trail users. And then we also talked about full phase separation between trail users crossing South 4 Mile Run Drive Major and drivers turning across the trail. So here, and then partial phase separation for left turns only between trail users crossing South 4 Mile Run Drive Mini or Minor and drivers turning across the trail. We reallocated some space on South George Mason Drive. We took away kind of a merge lane on South 4 Mile Run Drive Minor. And this is what we're really calling the kind of proposed alternative one. So for this intersection, we really focused on a more novel concept as well because we did receive so many kind of comments from the public and really looking at all of the sim traffic modeling we did. It's just not a great intersection. I think the nature of the intersection of having these two roads, minor and major, so close makes it very difficult. So they came up with this concept, which we're calling a peanut about. You can see it's kind of this peanut shaped here, roundabout. It's been used in several places, specifically on the East Coast, in Massachusetts and Connecticut. And this really just aims to show that you can kind of reduce speeds while maintaining the traffic flow. And it's really focusing on a Dutch style roundabout. So these crossings are set back for pedestrians. So what we heard overall, we had, some people looking at walking and rolling, riding a bicycle, and driving a personal vehicle that thought that it would be safer, it would increase their feelings of safety. Transit felt a little more neutral, and then riding a scooter was split pretty even. I think one thing that's important to note, a lot of the comments that we heard for this was that they wanted the county to go further with that design. A lot of people called for a bridge over over South George Mason Drive for the WNOD trail, something similar to what's over Langston Boulevard. A lot of people called for South 4 Mile Run Minor to be closed or to be moved. Once again, because the nature of the intersection makes it really challenging. We also asked, people to rank their interests. So, should Arlington County consider a novel intersection treatment like the peanut about? And you can see here that, about 36% of people ranked this 75 or 100, meaning that's on the higher scale, meaning they think we should kind of move forward with that. We had about, 26 rank it between 50 and 75, 10% between 25 and 50, and then 28% say 0 to 25, meaning they're not in favor of the county moving forward with that. We also had kind of more minor crossing improvements. You can see highlighted here. This is really what came out of the data analysis, engagement, MTP, as well as interdepartmental coordination. Something we heavily coordinated on with NFATC was the possibility of a traffic signal at 6th Street South and South George Mason Drive. And it's important to note that a lot of these crossing types are based on the Vision Zero multimodal safety engineering toolbox. So next steps, briefly, we are in commission briefings, as you can see here. Right now, we are working with the consultant's tool design to finish a South George Mason multimodal study report that will be publicly available. And then we also have a technical memo that will also be publicly available. It's 609 pages and includes many appendices, all of the traffic analysis. So that'll definitely be for the public who are more interested in details. Feel free to reach out to myself or Nate Graham. I think really the next steps after kind of wrapping up the study are moving that forward to, the capital project process. But once again, this is a study, so it's kind of the broad first steps, and there will be more opportunities for engagement. And I'm sure, as that progresses, staff will be coming back to TC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gerber. Does staff have any particular grants applications in mind for George Mason Drive at this time?
I don't believe so at this point.
All righty. Other commission questions or comments? I know we've seen this before, but it's moved another peg along.
I would just like to commend on the peanut about. Not only is it a great moniker, I've biked through that intersection many times, and it's a difficult spot. I get a little anxious when I enter that, and this would help alleviate it. So I think this all seems like it's going in the right direction.
Great, thank you.
And I will just reiterate that I think the Barcroft apartment redevelopment is a great opportunity to maybe close a portion of 4 Mile Run Minor or realign a portion of 4 Mile Run Minor to make this intersection less crazy, and that staff should be continuing to have that conversation with the ownership at Barcroft as those plans start to move forward.
Agreed. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Commissioner Mradovic.
I mean, overall, really good. I'm excited about this, and I like what you did over the Route 50 bridge. And for all the stuff that's like not ideal, you can kind of understand why it is and how difficult of a space it is to work with and how many other conflicts there are. So I think this is a really well done project so far.
Thank you.
Commissioner, tell me.
Yeah, just comment on you mentioned about the bridge over Arlington Boulevard. Why do you even need that median in it? It's very low speed because of the street lights, traffic lights. It's 4 feet that could be used in a much better way. So even the ideal one that you're proposing still keeps that 4 foot wide median. I definitely recommend getting rid of that and turning that over to pedestrians and bicycles.
Yeah, I'll take note of that. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, your challenge is to have it built before my son graduates high school.
We will work on that.
2028.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Gerber.
Next on the agenda, we have FY 2023 Safe Streets and Roads for All application. And we have Richard Warsman for that. And Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, you may be combining two agenda items. Will you please clarify?
Before we proceed, Ms. Okoye, did you skip an item of the food study?
I believe since you're an action item, you're next, and I moved the study to last.
That's fine. Okay, just didn't know we achieved the agenda. That's fine. For the action item for SS4, I'm actually going to turn it over to Dan Maloff to do that item, and then we will tag team on the state and regional grant update.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Good evening. I am here to give you a quick briefing and then ask for your TC recommendation to the County Board to endorse submittal of an application to the Federal Safe Streets and Roads for All program. In the interest of the lateness of the night, I'm going to skip through some of my mini notes and give you a little bit more highlights, but of course, feel free to ask for more details on anything you want. This is, you may recall, a federal program that came out last year. It's funded for the next 5 years or so. It is essentially a federal funding program for Vision Zero type safety projects around the country. If everything I say sounds familiar, it is because we did talk about this last year. We did submit a project last year. Very, very quick review. Applications can range this year from $100,000 to $25 million. This is FY23 money. Yes, 23. You get 80% federal funding, have to come up with a 20% match. Applications are due July 10th to USDOT. Count backwards in time. That's why we're here to you now. Because this is a federal program, projects do have to be federalized, which does sort of limit the scale of projects that we might use the money for. It's not worth it to federalize projects due to the planning cost of doing that unless they're sort of large projects. This year, well, let me give you just a very, very quick reminder of what we did last year. Last year, we applied for the Washington Boulevard, Arlington Boulevard ramp number 1 project. Sadly, we were not awarded. We thought we had a pretty strong application, but there weren't very many implementation grants last cycle. So you can get through this program either money for planning or money to implement. And since last year was the first year of the cycle, the overwhelming majority of the awards were for planning. There were very, very few implementation awards. We're hoping that this year there will be a few more implementation awards, being not the first year of the program anymore. And so we are proposing applying for, wait for it, the Washington Boulevard, Arlington Boulevard ramp number 1 project, but also the ramp number 2 part of the project. So it is just a little bit different. So this was a very high priority project for us last year. It is still a very high priority project for us this year. This is the county's highest crash location year in, year out, year over year. The project addresses just very huge and clear safety needs. At $10 or $11 million, it's we think the right scale. And it's already on the federalization track, so it fits very squarely into the many boxes that we have to navigate these grants around. I will give you. Let me give you a quick screenshot. Excuse me, screen share of the project. If this will come up, there we go. So this is actually an image from last year's materials regarding ramp number 1. The plan here you can see Arlington Boulevard and Washington Boulevard here. So ramp number 1 is both of these ramps here. It's this quadrant. We like to keep you on your toes with names like that. The plan here would basically make these ramps straighter. It would combine them to meet at the same point on Washington Boulevard, reduce the turning radius of the ramps, move the driver acceleration area off of the off of what's now the ramp and onto what's more Arlington Boulevard, move the trail crossing down the ramp to where there are better sight lines and cars are moving slower. Essentially what this project would do is it would move the spot where cars cross the crosswalks from where it's happening, from where it is now, where cars are going very fast, to a place on the ramp where cars are going very slow, so that they're crossing over the crosswalk at a much safer speed and in a much safer place. TC endorsed this at its July 2022 meeting for last year's submission. Nothing about it has really changed since then. For the most part, we'll just dust off last year's submission, update it as necessary for this year's application cycle, and resubmit. But with the addition of ramp number 2. So ramp number 2, you can see my cursor here, it's this one. The on-ramp to Arlington Boulevard from Washington Boulevard going east onto Route 50. This project, it would be quite a lot smaller than ramp number 1. This would basically just add a merge area right in here where there's none currently. So, cars will have a better merge zone than there is today. This is advanced enough through our planning that, it wasn't the case that we could apply for it last year, but now it is, it is mature enough to do that. It's only another $1 million on top of the other project. It's much smaller. So we're now treating the two as sort of the same, a single interchange project, and would like to just go ahead and apply for them together. So I'm going to go ahead and stop my screen share and ask if there are any questions.
Commissioner Terry, I feel like you must have a question.
Hey, a couple of questions here just about the applications. I'm sure you're aware that SS4A is really focused on implementing the safe system approach, and I was wondering if you could tell me how these projects really meet those goals of SS4A.
Yeah, you very helpfully brought up that comment last year as well, and it clued us in to do a little bit better job of matching our planning that we do that fits in with that approach, but maybe didn't use that language, and making a crosswalk with it in the application itself. So, boy, I should have pulled up that section of last year's application, and sadly I don't have it in front of me. But I don't want to misspeak. I can tell you that following your suggestion last year, we did make a specific point to crosswalk basically, what we're doing with the language, and did our best to include it. I think we did an okay job. If you'd like further detail, I'll have to get back to you.
I would encourage you to do that again for this year's application. And then also, I think I raised this last year about just the need to show that it's bringing service to underserved parts of the community. And just wondering if you could tell me more about how this achieves that goal as well.
Just making notes here. Yeah, so what we did last year is we essentially mapped the county's equity emphasis areas. There are a few different versions of those, and forgive me for not recalling exactly whether we use the COG version or a slightly different federal definition. But we mapped them, we showed where trips are coming from, where trips are going, how this project would serve those trips, and just in addition to, inherently having an equity component due to the nature of trips that it's serving. But essentially we did that geographic exercise to show where trips are going and where they're coming from, and that it meets that requirement as we saw it laid out in the NOFO.
Then one thing I don't think I raised last year, though, too, is about making sure that vulnerable road users are protected in this project, and that their ability to move along this project safely once it's finished is, can you tell me, are we going to be addressing that? Are you planning to address that, and how are you addressing it?
Well, I think the main purpose of the project is to better protect vulnerable road users who are currently very vulnerable at this crossing, and give them a much safer crossing. That's certainly the goal with ramp number 1, which is 90% of the cost of the project. So is that, would you like more detail?
I think we just need to be clear whatever we're submitting to DOT that that's going to be a part of it as well. I'm very familiar with this intersection. I use it regularly, and it's too often I see vehicles that are going through and probably don't even realize they're going over a bike ped path when they're making that transition onto Arlington Boulevard.
That's incredibly helpful. I am, making notes, and you can hear my typing about, spelling that out as clearly as we can.
And did you get any feedback from DOT on the application?
We did request a debriefing, which is offered, but unfortunately, it hasn't been scheduled yet. So we're going to have to go ahead and do it without.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I would just say I ride through this intersection every single time that I bike to this building, for instance, today. And I treat those ramp crossings with extreme caution, because especially the first one that I encounter going northbound, because all the cars are looking to the left for their merge. They are not looking to the right where I am coming from. And so I wait until I have very obvious eye contact with a car before continuing. The other thing I will say is only once in my life have I actually seen a car use the northernmost ramp that goes from westbound Arlington Boulevard to, I guess I would call it westbound Washington Boulevard. And I really have to wonder if that ramp is even necessary in the first place. I would love to see the traffic counts on that movement at some point. But I am supportive of the application and would love to see those crossings improved. Anybody else? All right, then I move the Transportation Commission recommend that the county board approve an application to the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant for the Arlington Boulevard, Washington Boulevard interchange ramps number 1 and 2.
Second.
That's been seconded. Hopefully that was accurate. Without a board report, it's always a little dicey.
There is a board report. I didn't realize you didn't.
Nope, we never got a board report on this one.
We haven't received one.
My apologies. I'm sure my fault. I'll be happy to forward it to Ms. Okoya, who can share it
Please,
with you
thank you.
after the meeting.
All right, but I think I got the gist of it in the motion, and it's been seconded. So any discussion? Then we will move to a vote. Commissioner Coleman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Nolan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantomi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Maradovic.
Aye.
Commissioner Yeri.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
And I too will vote yes. That passes unanimously 11-0.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda, we have Richard Rossman.
So we're going to be doing state and regional grant updates. So I'm actually going to turn it back to Dan to talk about the state portion for VDOT revenue sharing and transportation alternatives, and then I will talk about NVTA regional.
Okay, very good. I'll be as fast as I can. So these are two transportation alternatives and revenue sharing, two state grants. You've heard them many times before. They both happen on 2-year cycles. We, bring them to you multiple times, every cycle. Grants for these applications are not due until autumn, but pre-applications are due June 30th. So we're thinking about them now and giving you a sort of initial chance to give us some feedback. Transportation alternatives is a program that tends to be used for bike and ped trails, as well as some other things like renovating historic train stations, things like that. Unfortunately, the amount of money available for transportation alternatives is very small, and although it's not necessarily getting smaller currently, projects are getting more expensive. So historically, we've been able to get maybe $1 million here and there for transportation alternatives projects to use it on bike ped projects throughout the county. If you go back in time 10 years ago, we liked to use this source for sort of mid-sized bike projects. Sadly, as time has gone on, it's gotten harder and harder and harder to find projects that fit within the program. You may recall the conversation from the last item about federalization and how the costs of doing additional planning work for federalizing a project. They can approach hundreds of thousands of dollars in some cases. And so we tend to not want to do it unless we're getting a lot of money. At the calculation of the money that we get in turn, in exchange for the money that it costs to do the grant and the oversight of the grant as it happens, and the decreasing likelihood that we will get a grant because of increasing competition throughout the state as more and more localities are interested in these types of projects, has made transportation alternatives something that we're much less interested in pursuing than we had been in the past. And our recommendation at this time is to not pursue it during this cycle. If there are additional opportunities for more money in future cycles, we would love to keep an eye on it, look at it every cycle. And sometimes there may be a project that fits within the very narrowly constrained boxes, but this year there's just not. So I'd like to take a step to the side from that, tell you a little bit about revenue sharing in about the same amount of time. Revenue sharing is a very different program. VDOT program, not federal at all, which is one of its key benefits. You can use state money for it and never have to federalize a project. This cycle, this application cycle, is for FY 27 to 28. That's right, 27 to 28. They like to program this money early. And the program provides a 50-50 funding split to localities for road projects. Transit's not eligible. Bike ped projects can be eligible. They're not necessarily what VDOT likes to fund with it, but we do like to throw them into the program and see what VDOT will say about them. So we are currently anticipating 3 pre-applications in revenue sharing. It is a fairly easy grant to work through. It's just much more flexible than transportation alternatives. So the 3 that we're currently anticipating submitting pre-applications for are the Fort Myer Drive two-way conversion. So this is the project to remove the tunnel on Fort Myer Drive behind Roslyn Metro Station that would then make the street at grade and two-way. This is a project that received revenue sharing funds in the previous cycle, but not the maximum allowed. So we want to basically go back, dip in again, try to get the maximum allowed per project. I neglected to mention that the way that VDOT prioritizes projects, if a project has received revenue sharing money in the past, that's their highest priority. They like to finish projects. So anything that we can finish that's gotten money before tends to do very well. So this is a big project. It received about $8 million on a previous cycle. There's a $10 million max, so we're going to go ahead and try to max that project out. Second project that we would like to submit for is North Sycamore Complete Streets project. This is the project to basically improve the bike lanes and sidewalks and crosswalks on Sycamore Street right outside East Falls Church Metro. It's also a previous revenue sharing project. It had money in previous cycles, but not enough to complete. So, we'd like to go in and add some more now. We think that should be a winner. Third project that we are currently looking at would be Arlington Boulevard Trail at Arlington Hall. So this would be a new project to improve the section of the trail, basically next to the Federal Center between George Mason and Glebe. And this would be a new project. It would be lower likelihood of receiving funding than the other 2, but hopefully we'd be able to get our foot in the door on it at least. And with that, questions.
All right, thank you very much. I think my transportation alternatives question is, I feel like in the past we've sometimes used TA to get just additional money for an existing project that had already been federalized for other reasons. Is that something you looked at this time around and there just wasn't something that fit the bill?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically our standard, MO for TA, or has been in the past. I mean, we wouldn't really want to federalize a project just for TA, but if there's one that's already federalized and we can get the money, then yeah, that would very quickly rise to the top of our list of potential items. But this year, given the timing of projects and the ripeness of projects, when they need the money, when the money's available, what level of planning has been done, we just don't have any that check all of those boxes at the same time.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments from commissioners on transportation alternatives or revenue sharing?
Just one question. That would be whether, as you send out, I know you're sending out a board report to us on Arlington Boulevard and Washington Boulevard. If you have any other information on these that you could provide to us, I think that would be helpful, just so that we can have it for the future and start to think about it.
Sure. So there's not a board report for this item, since this is just a briefing, and it's for pre-applications which don't require board action. But I know at least the Sycamore Complete Street project has a website on the county's website. I'd be happy to send the URL. I'm not sure if Fort Myer Drive two-way does it. I suspect it does. I can find out. Arlington Boulevard Trail, we may have to pull some information out of our office.
Well, we just had a briefing on the lovely study that came out of, so I think we're pretty good on that one.
We're good on Arlington Boulevard Trail. Thank you. That's my project. Thank you, Dan.
Commissioner Theo.
No, actually, you just answered my question, so.
Just excited to see money continue to line up, hopefully for filling in the Roslyn Tunnel, because that is a blocker on a number of other street improvements that should be coming to Roslyn, as far as bike facilities and crossing improvements. And yeah, it's just never going to not feel like a highway while that tunnel's there. So glad we're continuing to work on that, which I know is a big chunk of change. All right, I see no other hands up. I think unless there's something else you need from us on state, we can move on to regional.
Thank you for your time.
All right, let's shift gears to MBTA Regional. This one, the applications are due July 28th, so we are coming this evening as an information item with what we're thinking about for it. We'll be coming back next month for action on whatever application or applications we are carrying forward. If you thought revenue sharing and transportation alternatives were far into the future, this application round is for fiscal 28 and 29. Again, NVTA Regional is what is also known as the 70% money coming out of the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. In order to be eligible for the first cut, a project must be included in NVTA's long-range plan called Transaction, which was just updated in December 2022. This is not a federal source. There is no local funding match requirement officially. However, applications that leverage multiple funding sources are generally considered more favorably than those that are asking for an enormous chunk of change solely from the authority. Design, PE, right-of-way, asset acquisition, and construction are eligible, but not planning. There is no official minimum or maximum, but these tend to be sometimes larger ticket projects. The previous round of MVT regional funding awarded $625 million in projects across Northern Virginia. We won't know what the official number for available program funding is this year until much further on. As I said, these applications are due July 28th. The milestones after application intake, the full evaluation and public comment on the authority's process will not take place until spring of calendar year 2024, with approval of funded program in July of 2024. So it is a multi-year plus process from start to finish. We are looking at 5 to 6 candidate applications to apply for NVT Regional. We will narrow those down and then come back next month with application or applications to put forth for action. Questions?
Nope. So you don't have the 5 to 8 identified as of yet, or?
I've got 5 to 6, but some of them are more tentative than others. But I can go through what we're looking at, understanding that we're still double checking whether or not these are a complete good fit for this program and their ripeness. But what we're looking at right now is a second request for the CC to DCA project. As the NEPA and design process goes forward, we are anticipating the cost of that project to go up. We do have $18 million in existing NVT regional money on it, but we are proposing to potentially go back for more. We're looking again at the Arlington Memorial Trail. We will not make a firm decision on that one until we hear back from our pending fiscal 23 raise application for that project, which will come in before the end of June. There is a feasibility study being conducted looking at completion of the trail gap in the Washington Old Dominion Trail near East Falls Church. If there are discrete projects that can be put forward from that, we will consider it. But again, that is just a feasibility study. Let's see. Courthouse Metro elevator improvements, looking at that as well. The expansion of the Shirlington bus station, that will be contingent on coordination and a collective willingness to go forward with the city of Alexandria because it impacts dash service. And we've coordinated with them on discussions of that before. And then something related to art service and zero emission bus transition, although that is still somewhat abstract at this point. But those are the 6 candidate projects that we are looking at. Obviously, if commissioners have others that they think are worthy of consideration for NVT Regional, please share them with Ms. Obakoya so that we can look at them as we are winnowing down ideas and bringing forth an actual recommendation for action in the next month.
All right, thank you very much. Do any commissioners have questions on this or suggestions at this time? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Reisman.
Thank you.
Last but certainly not least, we have the Future of Outdoor Dining Study, or the Food Study. I like that acronym, with Brett Wallace.
Hey, good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay, good. Well, good evening again. My name is Brett Wallace. I'm with CPHD Planning Division, and I'm here to provide an update on the food study. So just a quick overview of the presentation I'll be giving this evening, just going over the study purpose and goals, the schedule, some of the existing regulations and guidelines for outdoor cafes, background on outdoor cafes and temporary outdoor seating areas, overview of the community engagement, and then some preliminary recommendations and then next steps. So just looking at the timeline, we launched the study last fall when the county manager removed the emergency order. And last fall, we started phase 1 where we were just doing information gathering. We were reviewing the temporary outdoor seating areas throughout the pandemic and how they were working and looking at existing policies. We did some research on some benchmark communities, other cities. I think a lot of towns and cities across the nation are implementing more permanent guidelines following the pandemic for outdoor cafes and dining. We had community engagement last fall. We had some online feedback forums where we received over 2,000 responses, which was really good. We hosted a couple of virtual roundtable events as well. We got some good feedback that I'll go over in a minute. Right now we're kind of in the transition phase between phase 2 and phase 3. where we're taking our findings from phase 1 and developing recommendations as part of a draft framework. We are looking at some additional opportunities for open houses or roundtable events as well. But we're also at the same time moving very quickly with commission review as we're here this evening, and really mainly focusing on any potential zoning ordinance amendments for outdoor cafes, and also updates to the outdoor cafe guidelines. We are looking at a request to advertise for the county board in June with action in July. And again, starting to go to a bunch of commissions over the next month and a half. And just want to note on the far right, you can see the temporary outdoor seating program will be ending on August 15th. So really the county board action in July is critical to establishing a permanent program for outdoor dining. So really the study purpose and goals for the food study was really to look at the TOSA program and examine and evaluate to see how some of the aspects of TOSAs could be incorporated into the 2 approval pathways for outdoor cafes, and those currently are by right on private property and special exception or use permit for the public right-of-way. The study also, we look to inform other changes to our current regulations for managing cafes in both public and private spaces, and just in general taking lessons learned over the past 3 years with the TOSAs to improve the outdoor cafe framework. In the beginning of the study, we established some overarching study themes. I'm not going to read through all this here, but essentially looking at restaurants as a public good, a critical component of active mixed-use neighborhoods, looking at restaurant recovery and resiliency, how to bounce back from the pandemic and some of the losses that restaurants experience, and just looking at different places and spaces, understanding that not all streetscapes and outdoor cafes are alike, and that they vary depending on location and the context. So just quickly, I'll go through some of the existing cafe regulations and guidance. I mentioned earlier that currently outdoor cafes can be approved on private property administratively in compliance with the zoning ordinance. And then if they're in the public right-of-way or public spaces, they're required to get a use permit approval by the county board. This just kind of lists some of the other policies and regulations, including the zoning ordinance, the retail plan, the MTP, pedestrian element, and the public spaces master plan. We do also have other regulations that we're not revisiting that provide guidance for outdoor cafes on accessibility, for example, including the building code, the fire prevention code. We also have the ABC code authority on alcohol service in outdoor cafes. We also have guidance for tents and heaters in outdoor cafes. And then I'll be speaking a little bit about the encroachment ordinance within the public right-of-way, which is something that's a new proposal as part of this effort. So just starting with the zoning, just provide the definition for the outdoor cafe here. I'm not going to read that. I think most folks are familiar with what an outdoor cafe is, but it is important to note that outdoor cafes need to be an accessory use to the main use of the property or the principal use of the restaurant. And I just listed some of the private property use standards here just to kind of note some of the requirements in the zoning ordinance that typically all outdoor cafes have no fixtures or furniture that's permanently affixed to the ground. Everything's movable, and the cafe cannot be enclosed, otherwise it's considered a gross floor area of the building. There are also restrictions on sound, audio, and visual entertainment, and also that the outdoor cafe should have fewer seats than the indoor portion of the restaurant. And those 2 last bullets can be modified by the county board by use permit. And for both public rights-of-way or easement areas for public use, again, those are subject to the use permit approval by the county board. Some additional guidance from the zoning regulations. Again, on private property, outdoor cafes can be approved by right by the zoning administrator. The parking ratio for restaurants, I did note that there have been no changes since 1960. And this is one parking space for every 6 seats that are inside the restaurant. So just to note that the parking that's required for restaurants is only for the interior portion of the restaurant, not the outdoor cafe itself. So just the inside seats. Some restaurants are exempted from parking if they're located within 1,000 feet of metro. And the county board can modify this by use permit as well. And this kind of dates back to the RB corridor, the bullseye concept, and the 10-minute walk, from metro, is where that kind of stems from the 1970s when metro came through. The zoning ordinance also mandates that any existing parking spaces that are on private property be available only for the parking of vehicles. That, essentially that you cannot use a private parking space for any other purpose other than the parking of a private vehicle. The Arlington retail plan that was adopted in 2015 encourages outdoor cafes to enliven streetscape, provide activity, provides surveillance on the street. But as part of the action plan for the retail plan, it encouraged a administrative license process to use for the private restaurant to use the public right-of-way, and called for any potential zoning ordinance amendments to come along with that as a short, long-term action item. And I'm going to speak to that in a minute when I talk about a new outdoor cafe license that we're going to be proposing as part of our recommendations. The MTP also encourages outdoor cafes and also notes some considerations on sidewalk design, particularly clear zones, where they note that 6 feet is the minimum required in commercial mixed-use districts. However, it does note that there may be wider streetscapes and wider clear sidewalks required by sector plans or other standards, or site plan conditions, for example, may require additional clear sidewalk width above the 6-foot minimum. And then the public spaces master plan includes a couple of goals identifying to encourage outdoor cafes in some public spaces, but really to be thought of early on in the process when designing public spaces, and not trying to retrofit an outdoor cafe into an existing outdoor public space. So just wanted to quickly note the current process for outdoor cafes in the public space or public right-of-way. As I noted before, is a use permit that's approved by the county board. It's a minimum of 3 months. And this is due to having to meet the application filing and advertisement deadlines. There's typically staff reports, and typically these use permits are on the county board consent agenda. The use permits are typically approved with site-specific conditions to that particular cafe. There's a public hearing, and then after the use permit is granted by the board, then the applicant has to apply for a certificate of occupancy and a building permit if needed before installing the outdoor cafe. So it could take up to 3 to 5 months for an applicant to actually have an outdoor cafe installed from beginning to end. I'll just provide a quick overview on the temporary outdoor seating areas. These were established in the beginning of the pandemic in 2020 to help restaurants provide expanded outdoor dining options. And I'm sure a lot of folks on the call in the meeting have seen a lot of these applications throughout the county. The county was very flexible in the design and operation guidelines. We created an easy online submission process that was free with no application fee. We had an interdepartmental staff review team, and all the TOSAs were approved by the county manager. And just as of today, we have approximately 145 TOSAs that are on both public and private property. And again, just noting that the TOSAs are set to expire on August 15th. Just wanted to provide a variety of photos of outdoor cafes and TOSAs, kind of highlighting maybe some of the key issues. We have some cases like on the left side of the screen, the 2 images there. where we have allowed restaurants to take over the entire sidewalk and establish pedestrian circulation paths in on-street parking lanes with these the wheel stops and the flexible bollards, in some cases handmade accessibility ramps, like the example on the bottom left from Campbell Avenue in Shirlington. You can see some of these other examples where cafes were required to maintain a 6-foot minimum clear path, but depending on the restaurant manager for that particular evening or staff have further expanded these. So there we see a lot of cafe creep, if you will, where they just kind of completely take over, creating a lot of pinch points, as you can see in some of these images here. And again, just in addition to the other street furniture and bike racks and scooters and other street trees, it can create a little bit of a hard navigating path for pedestrians or persons with disabilities. And you can see in some of these examples, some of the pinch points and some of these examples here. My favorite is the one with the umbrella in the middle of the sidewalk. That's clever. Community engagement. So in phase 1, I mentioned that we started last fall. We heard a lot of really good support, overall support for the TOSAs, and that they supported restaurants during the pandemic. Everybody enjoyed the outdoor dining experience, enlivened the streetscape. However, we did hear a lot of concerns for safe, accessible pedestrian circulation, safety while dining in streets or parking spaces, the congested sidewalks, ADA or accessible routes. And we did hear some support for the reduction of parking for expanded outdoor dining options on those private properties. But bottom line, we heard the need to streamline the process to make things easier for applicants rather than applying for a use permit and going through a 3 to 5 month review, doing something that's a little bit more streamlined. And so that's what we're currently recommending. And then we did have some other common themes that are noted here in the slide about outdoor dining in general, and just some of the feedback that we heard through the engagement process. And so staff has developed a framework with some key work elements that really consist of these 3 elements here. Number 1 is the encroachment ordinance and a new outdoor cafe license. This is a new chapter of the county code that is being proposed by our real estate bureau and our county attorney's office. This kind of builds off of the recommendations from the retail plan that I noted earlier. And this will be an administrative process for an outdoor cafe license for the private use of the public realm. There would also be an application and a fee. And this is something that a lot of other jurisdictions are doing as well. The second key item is the zoning ordinance amendments. So we are looking at amendments to permit outdoor seating in public spaces through the administrative path. We also are including some objective design standards in the zoning ordinance that regulates the placements of the outdoor cafes on both the public and private property. And then we are including a provision to allow the county board to modify parking requirements for seats that are located on private parking spaces. And I'll talk about that in a second as well. And then the last item is the county's outdoor cafe guidelines. We're looking to update those as well. They were last updated in 2013. This is basically like your all-in-one document that will include everything, step-by-step process for applicants, the permitting process, the fees, the design guidance, notes on fire, building code, tents and heaters. So this is like a 1 page, or not, maybe like a dozen pages actually, will include all the information you need to apply for an outdoor cafe. And this would also be reflected on a new website as well. What we're not including any revisions of part of the framework are to the state building code, fire code, ABC, and guidance for tents and heaters. We are not recommending any changes to these policies or codes. So starting with the different types of outdoor cafes, starting with the public space, going back to this encroachment ordinance, an outdoor cafe license. I mentioned this is a new county code chapter to permit the private use of the public space through administrative review. There will be an application fee, license fee that's based on the cafe square footage. And they would also need to comply with the zoning ordinance and any other relevant county codes. And these recommendations that are being brought forward will be concurrent with the timeline that our staff is on in terms of bringing this to the county board in June for the RTA and action in July. And again, just looking at outdoor cafes in the public space, looking at a streamlined administrative review process, no use permit required. In our research, looking back in a 5-year span, we noted only an average of 5 use permits were approved per year with an average of 6 renewals. I mentioned the 3-month plus process, the public hearing, and then the costs for a use permit are at a minimum $2,000 plus any additional costs for the applicant. So again, we really feel the administrative review process will streamline, reduce costs, time, resources for staff, and improve the enforcement and inspection process. By having an annual renewal, we'll have the opportunity to go out and inspect the cafe to make sure that it's still in compliance with what was approved on the license. And then the proposed zoning ordinance amendments would require a building permit and certificate of occupancy if needed. It would require an outdoor cafe license and again, comply with relevant county codes. We are including use standards in the zoning ordinance, including a 6-foot minimum clear sidewalk, unless otherwise approved by site plan or use permit. So there may be cases where you may have a wider sidewalk requirement. And in those cases, those applicants, if they wanted to reduce it, they would need to go and get a site plan amendment or a use permit amendment approved by the county board. And we've done that on a number of cases recently. We're also including requirements for detectable barriers or diverters for the visually impaired to kind of demarcate the outdoor cafe, and then also including standards for the location of the cafe with relation to the main restaurant. So moving quickly to outdoor cafes on private property, like the image that you see here on this slide, that are using private parking spaces for outdoor cafes. You can see in this example, just down the road on Wilson Boulevard, the roadside grill. They have angled parking spaces. They converted about 5 of their parking spaces to an outdoor cafe that you see pictured on the right. It's been successful, and I think on average, when we look at these throughout the county, on average, they're using about 4 to 5 parking spaces. Just looking at a map of all the examples of TOSAs that are using parking spaces, about approximately 10 of the 145 are using private parking areas. And again, they typically occupy about 4 to 5 spaces. So our recommendations for the zoning ordinance amendments would be to permit outdoor dining on the zoning ordinance required parking spaces, again, for the indoor portion of the restaurant, not the outdoor cafe itself, subject to a use permit approval by the county board. So we're looking at amendments to the outdoor cafe section. We are currently not recommending changes to the parking section of the zoning ordinance, as we have noted that we may need additional time for a future study to look at zoning ordinance regulations for commercial parking as a whole, not just for restaurants. So looking at all commercial land uses and parking ratios that probably, there are many of them that probably need revisited that we're not able to accomplish in the next month and a half. But we do notice something that we could look at in the future. So we are expecting applications could be filed following the county board adoption in July. I mentioned the 10 TOSAs that would be impacted by using parking and the design standards. So in terms of next steps, we're continuing engagement. We did meet with the zoning committee earlier this month on May 9th. We're meeting with them again on June 6th to review the actual zoning text. We are doing commission review over the next month and a half. We're here with you this evening. We'll be coming back to the commission in June for action. We are also going to a number of other commissions like Park and Rec, Pedestrian Advisory, Economic Development. And again, the County Board RTA is scheduled for June 10th, and that's going to be both the zoning ordinance amendments and the encroachment ordinance and fee schedule before going to Planning Commission and County Board in July. And just there's a link to the food study website and my contact information if anybody has any questions. So that's all I had. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. I will just say right on the outset, I'm glad to see we're finally going to look at commercial parking ratios at some point, because in my experience, they're all made up. And they were made up 60 years ago, and we haven't touched them since. So glad to see that's moving forward. I think my main question is there anything in this restructuring that will make it easier to enforce the clear zone, or make the enforcement actions available to the county more impactful and likely to be heeded by our restaurant partners?
Yeah, so currently, over the past few years, and you've seen in some of the pictures I showed earlier, the only enforcement was really complaint driven. If somebody complained and said, then our zoning staff would be able to go out and do an inspection and do enforcement to bring them into compliance. And that's really the ultimate goal, is that we want to work with applicants to bring everybody into compliance. We don't want to shut people down. We want to keep the business open. But I think with the proposed outdoor cafe license, that administrative process is a license and a fee that includes an annual renewal. So I do know that our staff are committed to going out and doing inspections when the cafe is installed, but then doing an inspection whenever that cafe is up for renewal. So we do see that as an improvement for enforcement. And then there is in the encroachment ordinance in the outdoor cafe license, it is permitted that some low fences or barriers that are below 30 inches could be bolted to the sidewalk, provided that they can be, capped and refilled to a flush condition if the cafe is removed. So there are some allowances to kind of secure some of those barriers so that they don't move and create pinch points like some of the examples I showed earlier. So that is one allowance as part of the license.
Thanks. That's great to hear, because while I understand why the county has legal concerns about permanent cafes in the outdoor and public space, setting that fence once and securing it really, helps, is the best way to fight that cafe creep. So I'm glad to hear that that's we're moving in a direction where something like that is possible. Other commission questions or comments? Knowing that we'll see this again next month. Commissioner Theo.
So not so much, I guess, kind of a question, but not zoning related and not directly transportation related, but looking through the outdoor cafe guidelines, which is supposed to be like a one-stop shop for people that are looking to do these outdoor cafes, and the principles and also the listing of other regulations for outdoor cafes, something I don't see. I don't know if this would be relevant for this particular case, but codes for dogs in outdoor spaces. I know the FDA just a few weeks ago updated their regulations in their food code for dogs in outdoor food spaces. So I don't know if that warrants some kind of mention in our guidelines here, or at the very least as sort of a justification or reasoning for outdoor spaces, since that is a big reason why people want to go to outdoor dining options.
Yeah, thank you. We hadn't considered that, but do know that it is a very popular thing to do, and we'll take that back and look to that guidance from the FDA that you mentioned and see how best it could be incorporated into the design guidelines, even if it's just a reference. But yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Locker?
I just wanted to go back to that commercial parking study and was really wondering when that would occur. It just seems that, we're moving forward, which makes absolute sense that to waive that requirement for the outdoor seating. But as applicants are planning and designing indoor spaces, it seems like we'd be missing the boat here if we don't get on this study, because we may be requiring more parking that's really than really necessary, that could be used for something else. So I just wanted to reiterate the importance of getting the study done soon, and was wondering if you have that in the plan already, and when we can anticipate seeing that.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's not currently in the CPHD work plan, so we don't have a timeline for initiation of such a study. It's just something that we noted that certainly should be studied, but we knew that we didn't have time to accomplish that. Looking at all commercial parking ratios as part of this study, we're mainly focusing on the restaurants and the outdoor cafes, but we'll consider providing more detail on any kind of future study at the next meeting when we meet with you next month.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Yeah, I'd like to follow on with Commissioner Locker and Chair Slatt on this with the parking study. This has come up regularly at Transportation Commission, where we're looking at a new use or a particular use, and then the parking comes up and no one can ever raise any reason why the particular ratio exists in the first place. This came up with daycares. It's come up with the streamlining zoning, with, like, for example, with urban agriculture. When the parking ratio was raised, it made no sense whatsoever. It was pulled out of thin air. We really, rather than waiting for a study, which you're right, it's going to take years, because if it's on the CPH work plan now, that means waiting at least another cycle for it to even be considered. It's not going to happen probably in our lifetimes. We really should be looking at when it comes up each use, and making the decision that this doesn't make any sense, either kill it or drop it, or have somebody make a reason why they want the number and then grant it, rather than going through a study. It's not going to happen. There's so many more things going on right now that are going to take priority on it, that I really strongly recommend we start doing it on a piece by item by item basis. Thank you.
Cool. I will just add on, as someone who is who owns a business, two businesses actually, that this is always a nagging fear. You sign a lease and you think that you have signed a lease for a property that has an amount of parking that will satisfy the zoning administrator, but you don't actually know when you sign the lease if you have successfully leased a property that has enough parking to make the zoning administrator happy. It is one of those existential risks that drives entrepreneurs crazy. Are we going to, when we submit for our building permit and it has to go through to the certificate of occupancy, is somebody going to come back and say, nope, can't approve this, you don't have enough parking? It's a low information, high risk thing, and it kills small business. So I have a particular distaste for it.
It also potentially kills historic properties. Anything built before World War II, almost by definition, doesn't have enough parking for whatever use you think of. If we really want to preserve, and this came up with the information item on the new historic preservation plan coming up. If you really want to preserve older buildings and have adaptive reuse, then do what other cities have done. You get rid of the parking minimums for those uses and let it just happen. And that preserves the building, because, like I said, by definition, if it's built before World War II, it probably doesn't have enough parking, or under our current standards, whatever they may be.
Anybody else? Now that we've gone a little bit of far afield. All right, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace, and we will see you again soon.
That concludes the agenda.
We made it.
We made it.